Oh, it's all going wrong, isn't it? It's all going wrong. I don't know if you can hear that on here. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's so I was obviously live last night, woke up this morning, and it's it's not looking good for him, is it? Not looking good at all. I don't know if you can hear any of the stuff that's going on there. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are we? Hi, Sam. Hi, Brenda. Hi, Jackie. Yes, it is very much an interesting night, a very interesting night. I was actually up live till, about I think it was like 4 o'clock in the morning before we shut down, and, I think I left at about 200 reform gains, now 384, and today is obviously gonna be more and more and more seats coming in. Um, but I mean, it's the negative numbers for Labour and the negative numbers for the Conservatives. Um and I'm quite surprised the Greens haven't picked up more, 51 seats, like, they're not really doing much, but it's definitely I think the funny thing is I've been monitoring a little bit of the news before I came on, and it seems to me still like there's a lot of people making, saying, like, "I can't believe the general public are voting for these far right, the far right of hoodwinked people." It's so shocking. But it's nothing less than what I expected. I've been doing this for a long time now, and, to me, this is everything. This is everything I've been trying to do for 4 years is just wake people up, try and get a change to this monopoly that this lot have had for such a long period of time. And what I'm loving is that the general public are coming out and, and flagrant and just ignoring what these commentators, these, paid commentators have been saying, just, clapping back at this narrative and this Westminster machine that's just failed this country for so long, and they're having their say now. The general public are finally, which is one thing I'm loving, is that people have got up and got out and voted and are making their voices heard, and it is causing ripples. And this is the thing is I don't think people realise how much this is sending shockwaves through every single broadcast I'm seeing, be it from the BBC, Sky. They're all just like, "Well, we knew it was gonna be bad, but yeah, this is not good." Um, Keir Starmer's like the dinner guest that didn't realise this time. Yeah, it's like he's already done his interviews this morning where basically now they're turning around to him and saying, you know, y y and it's not just Labour, it's the Conservatives as well. That all of their MPs and these councillors are saying they're shocked at the way their parties have been run. And ultimately, at the end of the day, they have to have some accountability here because the only reason this is happening to them is because of their own failure. It's as simple as that. And I think what they're actually getting today is a massive wake up call to the fact that they failed this country. Hi, everyone. Good morning. How are you all? I don't know yet, Tim. I'm not really. Yeah, there's Bexley's on there, Havering, Kensington and Chelsea Conservatives held there, which is a bit annoying. Um, Reform have obviously, so far as you can see on the screen on Sky One, I've obviously got the counter running at the bottom. Reform have taken Oh, they did just have it up there, now they took it off. But Reform have taken 2 councils so far outright. Good morning. Hi, Sean. Hi, Brian. Hi, Tim. Hi, Liv. Hello, everybody. Can you just let me know if you could, can you hear that at all? Because obviously I might need to pop in and out here, so I just wanna make sure that at least there's something playing. But, yeah, I think what we're seeing is the people are finally turning around and saying, "We've had enough. We've had enough of this." And they've failed the people, um, and this is just gonna kick. I mean, what have they done so far? 5, 7, so about 1,000 seats done so far, nearly 3,000, 4,000, 3,500 maybe more to go. And I think this is gonna be a disaster for them. I think it's gonna be an absolute disaster. Reform gained Newcastle, breaking news at the bottom of Sky there. It's muted, is it? Why? I don't know why that's doing. How's that? Can you hear that now? Why aren't all the seats up for grabs, David? So, can you hear that now quickly? No? Let me change this. How about that? Can you hear that now? I think that's it now, innit? Quick yes? Anyone? I don't know how much the delay is on this, to be honest. Cleverly turning around there and saying, "There's not gonna be no deal to reform, no deal to reform." And let's be honest, I still can't hear it. Weird. How about that? Obviously, there's a delay here, so I can't it's hard to do it in real time. There's a slight delay. Yeah, sorry, guys. I don't know why that's doing that then. Hold on. I'll try and sort something out. That's weird. Why is that not playing through? What about now? Now? They keep going on about this donation now. It's like they're just trying to discredit Farage. This is what we're gonna see now, right? We've seen them try and attack Reform and Farage constantly. The establishment have been against Reform ever since they got MPs into Parliament. Now what we're gonna see is them go into absolute overdrive. They're gonna go so badly into overdrive. Still nothing? Right, hold on. I think I know what's wrong. Let me try and re-add that again. I think I had it set as a no, that's wrong. Let me try again. How's that? probably quite that's gonna start bleeding through my mic now, isn't it? I just don't want it to echo through the mic is the problem. Yeah, you can hear me. I just want to know if if you can hear that, that, 'cause I'm obviously reacting to it as they're talking about it. Never mind. Um, yeah, so basically what we're seeing now is obviously the establishment again are basically been backed into a corner now. Um, they're not liking this. They are not liking this one little bit, and I think they're gonna start the claws are gonna the claws are gonna come out. Why is that not yeah, I can hear it's playing perfectly loud enough here. I don't know why that's not channeling that through. I had this working the other day, and it's just not doing anything now. I don't know why. Um, ooh, I don't know. Probably gonna shut myself down now. I wonder if it's because I've changed that. Yeah, don't need the sound from a clip, Bruce. Just listen to me. Thank you very much. But yeah, so basically they're just talking about um, a lot of people still now accusing reform of still being far right, that they can't believe the general public are voting for these far right for the far right, how the far right have risen in the UK. It's the language around what they're doing is shocking. And there we go. Actually, you can see on the screen 1,215 seats so far out of 5,000. So there's a long way to go in this. Yes, this is going to be a long day today with this coming in. Councils so far, Reform have gained two councils, Conservatives have lost one, Labour have lost nine. Um, yeah, this is an absolute smash and grab by Reform. Sorry, someone was saying earlier about why it's not everyone. So, did a video on this a long time ago. Basically, how council elections work is some councils vote thirds, some councils vote in twos, and some councils vote full. So my council, Suffolk County Council, it's a full council reset. So basically, every single seat is up for grabs. So this is where Norfolk, Suffolk, and Essex are all having that. So the entire east of England is going to be a full switch over. Reform are predicted to win all three of them, which means they will take loads of wards and boroughs and the entire camp. Not sorry, they'll take the like for example. Let me explain Suffolk because it's easier. So if you think of Suffolk as a county, you've then got West Suffolk, North, South, and East Suffolk councils inside that. So four uh, district, I think they're district councils inside the county council. And then inside those district councils, you then have the wards. So that's where you do the kind of local elections. So, for example, mine is West Suffolk, and then Suffolk as the larger authority, so to speak. Um, so, what happens is some councils across the country will be electing half of their seats, some will be voting for a third of their seats. So that's why I find it a bit stupid, really, because there were a number of councils earlier. I think Hull Primeric was one, where only half the seats were up for grabs. Now, I don't know if Hull had their elections last year or if they've got more elections next year. But essentially, what happened there was Labour lost 22 of their seats and Reform gained 22 of their seats. An independent took it. So basically, what you've got is like a there's no overall control there now because Labour and Reform are tied. So what will happen is either next year the other 22 seats will go up, and then there'll be an election, and then Reform could gain control of that whole council. But in my council in Suffolk, all 57 seats are up for grabs. So these are the big ones they're waiting for: Norwich, Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, and then I think it's East and West Sussex have got big, like, full county elections today. So the council take ages for them because that's the entire county, whereas a lot of these results are coming in because they're more the wards and the boroughs. so it's easier for the council to get. So you might, in some councils, have only like 10,000 people voting, and then in others like mine, you have 100,000 people voting. So it's or eligible to vote. So it's very different in different places, and it does make it very awkward for people to understand because when we're sitting here talking about all these elections going on, these seats being taken, there are people in the country saying, "Oh, well, I haven't got an election because theirs will probably be next year." Or they had it last year and completely missed it. And this is why people have got to be up on this stuff because these things are happening all the time. Every year there's something else going on. And yeah, it's important that people pay attention. Morning, Wayne. How are you? What's the purpose of the council voting and why it's different to general election? How does it affect the government? So it's not necessarily different in council elections. Um, Council elections are they're really weird because they kind of work on a PR system, and then in different elections, like mayoral elections, it's still first past the post. So you're effectively the harder ones to explain are the ones where you get three votes. And even still, I struggle to figure out how they do it. I've had people explain it to me before, and it still doesn't quite register in my head. So sometimes you'll get a council where you'll go to the ballot and you'll have three options because what that is a bigger turnover. So you get the option to vote for three people because one might be a council, one might be a borough, and one might be something else. And in others, you might get the option for two, and others you'll get the option for one, depending on the size of the council. So it does get really awkward. And it's then what the understanding people miss is Suffolk, for example, at Suffolk County Council level, there are 57 seats. Then if you truncate that down to West Suffolk, East Suffolk, North and South, you'll then get like another 50 seats in West Suffolk, 50, 50, 50 across the board. I don't think don't quote me on them numbers, but something like that. But in that sort of borough election, you then get to vote for more people because there's more seats to fill. It's so hard. It's so difficult. But yeah, the outlier is essentially I've always maintained that when you get down to district level, you should really be voting for people that represent your area rather than looking at party politics. So if you've got, so for me, my local town, if I thought the town was not being looked after and the person wasn't speaking up for the town, you'd probably want to vote for someone, even if they're independent. I think you generally have to take the party badge off when you're getting down to the boroughs. When it comes to full county councils, that's different because that's very much more party aligned and very much more influential on the government. So if you think about this, there's 20,000 council seats across the country in districts, boroughs, and full county councils. And then you've got 650 in Parliament. So everyone looks at Parliament like it's the be all and end all. Well, it actually isn't. Like holding councils is very, very important because they give you the base ground. They give you the opportunity to show what you can do. It's a training ground as well. So it's a good place that you can get people in the door. You can start teaching them how the infrastructure works, how Parliament works, or how legislation and how all the mechanics of government work you learn inside these systems. So for reform, the more and more of these people they get in these seats, the more and more people it is over the next 4 years at least, these people are then able to learn how the workings of government work. And then you can then recruit out of that pool of people into Parliament. And Reform have come out last night and said that there will be no more defections to Reform UK. They're done. Reform are now their own thing. They took the people that they wanted, which was Braverman, Jenrick, and a few others. That's done now. So everything Reform do now will be recruited out of the councillors that are being elected. And a lot of these people are normal working class people. They have to be allowed time to learn the ropes. Like anyone starting a new job, when I started my job at the college years ago, I was given 1 year probation period. So like not a probation period, but no one had any high expectations of me because you're learning the ropes and you're learning the system. From me coming from a construction site to education was a very big difference to me, it was a shock to the system to me, to be honest, how what I did from doing self-employed building work to then going to work in this 9 to 5 system was quite a shock to me. So they have to give you time. And this is the thing is I made it crystal clear on my live last night. My expectations are not as high as I would say some people's probably are for what reform can and can't do. I personally believe they're going to need a lot of time. They're not going to fix everything overnight. I'm a realist about what they can and can't do. I'm not expecting if they come and take over Suffolk, I'm not expecting miracles from them because first things first, I'm not naive enough to think that a political party is going to come in and overturn the 21-year, £730 million debt that the Conservatives have left my county in. I'm not naive enough to think that in 6 months' time they're going to wave a magic wand and everything's going to be perfect again. In fact, I am actually under the expectation that my council tax will likely go up again next year, possibly the year after. And until they get a time to let existing contracts run down, existing procurement to run down, and they can then start doing their deals and start getting their people in and start doing things their way, this is going to take a long time. And unfortunately, what we're going to see, I believe, is we're going to see the establishment bolster up. It still makes me laugh that a lot of people think that Reform UK are the establishment, yet literally across media today, you can still see the backlash of them condemning Farage, condemning Reform. They're still trying to put them down. They're still trying to ostracise them. They've been ostracising them ever since they were in Parliament. It's been everyone against them. I think you could not show a political party that are more the outsiders than what Reform UK are, and especially Farage in how he's been over the years. He's always been anti-establishment. He's been against this lot. People will say that he's got, ties to the financial system from way back in the day, and he's a rich guy. Yeah, so's everyone in Parliament. Do you know what I mean? So's everyone. There are rich business people all over the country that try and get themselves into elected positions because that's how the world works. Whether people want to deny it or not. And despite what the Greens say, you ain't coming in with flowers and rainbows and fixing this all overnight by taxing the rich. Like, it doesn't work. The world doesn't work like that. And I think what we're going to see, I think you're going to see the claws come out massively now from both Labour and the Tories, Lib Dems as well. The claws are going to come out. They're going to go full attack mode on reform. And yeah, I think we're gonna go through, and I was actually probably gonna record it later, but I've got a video coming out on. I might as well just do the video here live. But more talking about what I think we're gonna go through over the next 5 years, because we are seeing what happened in the early 1920s repeat itself, but it's a lot worse this time. So back in 1923, the Liberal Party and the Conservatives have run this country pretty much like Labour and the Tories do now for 200 years, bouncing power backwards and forwards. They had a monopoly on Parliament. And then Labour came in, kind of like what Reform are doing now, and basically pushed the Liberals out. But the funny thing is about today is, and that created a lot of turmoil for 3 to 5 years. There was, Labour got into power, then they got ejected after 9 months in a vote of no confidence. Then the Conservatives got back in, then they got booted out, and then Labour got back in, and it was just a whole 5 years of just utter turmoil. The country was all over the place. And I think we're going to go through that now for the next 5 years because they're going to get there. He's basically sitting there saying he's not going to quit. I think his lot are going to push him out. I think they're going to go into damage limitation mode. I think they're going to go into self-preservation mode. They're going to start saying everything people want to hear. Their whole narrative will change now because they can see their gravy train is coming to an end. Because in comparison to the 1920s, this isn't just Labour replacing the Liberals. This is Reform coming in and not only battering the Conservatives, they are battering the shit out of Labour as well. This is like a total ideological change. This is the general public basically turning around saying, we've seen your agenda for 40 years. We don't like it. This is the best option we've got. This is what we want now. And it's then, I'm afraid, up to them, for them lot to actually wake up and realize the general public have had enough of them, and if you want to maintain any credibility, you need to start listening to the people, which is something they haven't done for the last 20 years. And Reform, whether you like them or not, are acting as a vehicle for the vast majority of people, as we're seeing, to turn around and say, you lot have failed. This agenda is failing. We do not agree with you. We do not want you anymore. And it's time for you to wake up. And if anything, I hope that's what this does as well. Um, I want to see a change in government. Whether Reform are the perfect party or not is by the by. There's no one can ascertain that until they've actually got people in councils across the country running for 2 to 3 years, when you can actually properly go back and analyse what they have and haven't done. Doing that after 10 months is bullshit, because this very same people I see now condemning Reform UK councils for what they have and haven't done are exactly the same people who were giving me shit 6 months ago, saying you're not giving Labour enough time. They've only been in power 18 months. No, 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 no. You don't get that luxury anymore. You don't get to turn around and say Labour, a 100-year-old party with a vast amount of experience, sitting in the wings for 14 years, who've come into power and basically reversed everything they said they were going to do, who understand the mechanics of Westminster, who understand how this stuff all works, who have got qualified, trained people who've operated in this system for a long time. You do not get the luxury to turn around and say they need time to fix things and then turn around and condemn Reform UK in a council they've run for 10 months, especially when they're still winding down crap that they've inherited from this lot's failure for decades. So it's going to be, and I think what people need to do is they need to have lower expectations of what they expect of Reform, but we still need to hold them to account. We can't let them slip, and we can't let the establishment try and dictate them and try and absorb them, which is what their next thing will be. Their next thing will be to try and absorb Reform as much as they can, try and prevent Reform from infiltrating the civil service, try and prevent Reform from changing too much. That's what they'll try and do now, to maintain the because people have to understand that the councils, the civil service, the wider establishment in the NGOs, the think tanks, the 1922 Committee, the NEC, the Fabian Society, all these institutions that basically have filtered Parliament as to what it is today, with this Labour and Conservative rule for 100 years, they're all part of the furniture. They're all part of this system. They all work, as much as we get the pantomime of they're against each other, they're not. They're all working in the background together. They've all got their people inside the civil service. They've all got their people, all over the place. 2 million people working in government, 20,000 people in council positions, 600, if you look at Labour and Tory combined, 500 MPs in Parliament between them. So they're the operating system. They've controlled this for so long, and now you've got someone coming in and basically saying, "Do you know what? It's the general public are saying that we've had enough of this. We've had enough." Yeah, exactly, Greg. I think he's hell bent on power. He's because this is where you start to see the wider agenda. You start to see that he was the man they selected, the NEC, the Fabians. This is the man that they've groom's the wrong word, but this is their favoured person. This is their person that they thought could deliver to the people, and it's failed. It's failed monumentally, because I think the birth of AI, the explosion of independent content creators like myself, and I don't take any responsibility for anything about Reform. Obviously, I've been championing them for a long time, and I think if most people have followed me honestly understood what I am, my big thing has always been anti-establishment, which is them three in the middle there, and them on the end. These ones, this is hard. These ones, because I think they're still part of it. They've had their people in and around councils and Parliament for long enough. And I think the general public are just turning around and saying, we've had enough. We've had enough. And I've always maintained that people's votes are important, and it's showing. It's showing now. It's really showing how important your vote is, because the way they're reacting to this is it's like a cat backed into the corner with the claws out. They are damaged. They are reeling from this. They weren't expecting this. I think it's going to get significantly worse over the course of the day. And I actually said last night when I was doing my live, um, if I was Labour, I would be in a position of basically saying we need to call a general election, because the only thing that's going to happen with reform now is they're going to get in these councils. Hopefully, the people, the good people, because I've met a lot of these people, there's good people going into these councils. Heike Soa, I've met her loads of times. She's already on Suffolk County Council. She's such a lovely person, so for the people, so wants to do good for Suffolk. And she's been a councillor for reform for about a year now. They're going to get a shake up in Suffolk over the course of today. I think that's going to turn to reform today. And I just hope people give them the chance. I hope people give them the chance to prove themselves, to give them the time to learn, give them the time as brand new people who've never done this before to go in and understand these systems, figure it all out, and give them a chance to actually try and change things. But unfortunately, with politics, people are very forgetful in this country. People are very quick to turn their back on something and not give it the time, and they expect miracles overnight. And there are too many people like that. And this is not normal. This is not the 2024 election. This is not last year's council elections. This is not previous elections we've had. This is a radical shift in condemnation of the establishment from the general public, a major shift in the workings of local councils and local government, and it will be a big shake-up in Parliament when a general election comes. And going back to what I originally started to say, if I was Labour and the Conservatives and the establishment and the Lib Dems looking at this, I would be saying to myself, we've got a problem here. We've got a problem here, because this is a shift. And all reform are going to do now is, if they do a good job and people allow them the time, is demonstrate that they can make change, demonstrate that there is a different direction we can go in, demonstrate that there is a different way of doing things, that we don't have to capitulate to this EU rule, this wider SDG agenda, and that there are alternatives. And if I was the establishment, I would then be saying, right, do we let reform grow and gain more power? Do we wait till next year when there's a whole nother round of council elections and they can destroy us in more councils? Or do we call a general election now while they're at a weaker point and let them kind of give them, which I don't think would be giving them the noose, because I think they'll do a decent enough job. I think they'll get the people in that they need, the advice that they need, and I think they'll do a decent job. It'll obviously be, and I just think what you're going to see is an immense you're going to really see the establishment system for what it is now, the wider system, Parliament, the greater the governance, the backdoor stuff, the media, especially the media, Sky, all the main, the big newspapers who are going to be either pro or anti-reform. You're going to see a lot of protests on the streets. I think by the end of the weekend, you're going to see a lot of the radical left coming out on the streets protesting. The whole far right narrative is going to get pushed through the roof. I think, yeah, it's going to be interesting. What did someone say out there earlier? Yeah, time for Britain to take the country back. But I think it's not even just taking the country back. I think it's just shifting the direction, isn't it? I think people are sick and tired of the direction. Someone said up there, what was who's that you said up there? Sorry, these are going really fast now. About restoring Norfolk First, whatever they're called. Yeah, I think that's a little bit of skullduggery going on there. This is why I've not been much of a fan of Restore. Too many red flags there. For me, they're a Tory attack dog, nothing more. And I think that little bit of skullduggery that's going on there is not good. You can see it. I know exactly what's going to happen. They're going to hoodwink the public into voting for an independent political party, and they are effectively an independent party of independent candidates, and they're going to get elected as independents, and then what they'll do is all shift over to Restore Britain. That's not democracy. That's bullshit. That is bullshit, and that's going to happen. I know that's going to happen. And I've never swayed towards Restore Britain. I don't like their rhetoric. I don't like their narrative. I agree with quite a lot of what Lowe says, but even still, I think he's a little bit over the top for my liking. Um, and to me, they've just demonstrated to me there's enough evidence there to show that they've been nothing but anti-reform since they came to the fore. They don't condemn the Greens, they don't condemn the Liberal Democrats, they barely mention Labour. They certainly, I mean, Lowe will come out and do a little one X post a week saying something about the Conservatives, then it's five a day about reform. You can see what they are. I figured them out a while ago. The minute Rupert Lowe got given that Conservative pack seat, I was like, yeah, I know exactly where this is going. I know exactly where this is going. And obviously, I can't prove a deal. I can't prove that anything's been done there. But the simple fact that the Conservatives gave him a parliamentary accounts committee seat, that doesn't happen. That's a held. So to get a parliamentary, so Reform, when they first got into power as a political party, made applications for representation on the accounts committees. And the pack seat that Lowe's got is like one of the biggest in it's like fully embedded establishment seat. This is like a controlled accounts committee that Labour, the Tories, and Lib Dems have controlled this for such a long time. Um, and to then have the establishment basically turn around to Reform UK and said, "No, nah, you haven't got enough MPs, you don't get representation, you're not big enough yet." They basically, again, the establishment condemning Reform UK, Farage, everyone, pushing them out. So when people say he's the establishment, it makes me die because the evidence says everything but that they're the establishment. And the evidence is there for everyone to see if they've got their bloody eyes open. So then, obviously, all the nonsense happens with these rich men having handbags in an office. Um, and then a matter of months later, Lowe's given a parliamentary accounts committee seat as an independent MP by the Conservatives. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. And I asked the question, and I did a video on it. Of course, everyone, all the people who love Lowe condemn you for it. They're like, "Oh, you're just slagging Lowe off because you're a Farage lover and a Reform lover." It's not to do with that. It's got to do it. It's got everything to do with seeing the blindly obvious of what's going on here. And then obviously, you know, you've got Gavin Williamson and Susan Hall advising Lowe prior to him starting his party. Literal sitting Conservative Assembly members and a Lord Conservative. Then he gets given a parliamentary accounts committee seat, gifted to him by the Conservatives, which you do not do. They don't do that. It's never happened in history. And now all of a sudden his party comes out and all they do on their social media is attack Reform UK to the point where this was the one that did it. I didn't really want to talk too much about this because I know there's people that follow me that support Restore Britain. I do this for a living. I watch this stuff. And the thing that got me, I think, was the one that actually nailed the coffin shut for me was last or earlier in the week when basically Reform came out and pulled that stunt on the Green constituencies, which I thought was priceless. They basically came out and said, if you missed it, is that they would only open asylum detention centres in Green constituencies. Now, the funny thing is that in itself, you would think that with Restore Britain's narrative, with what their supporter base are all advocating for, with everything they champion, like their deportation plan makes Reform UK's look like a tea party. They want like as many people gone as possible. They want them all locked up. Their whole mass deportation plan is about like detention centres, hundreds of millions of pounds to create these detention centres, digital infrastructure to lock all these people up and get them gone out of this country. That's been their entire narrative. Reform comes out and says that. Rupert Lowe comes out straight away and says that's not particular. And I'll tell you what I loved about this is I saw the Restore comments on that post basically saying, "I can't believe you're saying this, Rupert. Why are you attacking Reform on this? This is like this is what we want, isn't it?" And like they got slated. He got absolutely slated for it. And I thought, and the funny thing is the Conservatives came out and said the same thing. So it's like he was aligning with what the Tories were saying. I think if people actually, I've took a step back. So I obviously wasn't promoting any of their stuff. I wasn't really talking about Restore. I don't actually talk about Reform as much as people think. My social media is there as evidence of it. People can see how much I talk about Reform. I don't talk about them that much. But all these people that went flocking towards Restore, I think just were blind. And I don't like criticising people because people get the wool pulled over their eyes. But it's what these people do. It's what politics is so corrupt and misleading, and that's what they do, and they're very good at it. And I just think the whole thing around him, Lowe's very inexperienced as a parliamentarian. He's had 2 years. Now thinking people think he's gonna be prime minister in 3 years, but it's not gonna happen. I just wish people would wake up and get behind the real machine that's operating here, because you don't have to love Farage, but you could at least talk to reform candidates. You could at least talk to the councillors they've got. You could at least try and understand the party, or hold them to account and realise that this machine's been in play for 8 years now, and this is what it takes to get into government. Um, how quick do I think if Nigel gets into his years, mate? It ain't gonna be 6 months. It's gonna be years, Thomas. Years. You a new political party are not walking into the system and changing it overnight. This is where I think people think that they can just walk in, rip up all these bills and acts, and just do whatever they want. It doesn't work like that, because you've got, like, think of it like it's institutional inertia. So the plan's kind of already been set in place by Conservative and Labour governments consecutively. And just because reforms step over the threshold doesn't mean that all just comes to an abrupt halt. It's like an oil tanker. Oil tanker takes a long time to shift the direction, because you're not just talking about going in and making a few acts and repealing a few acts. You're talking about changing the mentality and the agenda that's been embedded throughout wider government. And when I'm talking about wider government, I'm talking about your immediate 600,000 government operatives, the secretaries, the general secretaries. We're talking about the people that we don't even elect, the people that we don't see, the institutional inertia in things like the BBC and the media, in the narrative, in the framing, there'll be things they can go in and change. Like when I saw Robert Jenrick a while ago, when I wasn't on camera, I actually had a chat with him and said, because he's obviously going to be the chancellor, I said, would it be a legitimate thing for reform as an instant win when they get in, and if they get in, to turn around and do something like remove VAT off fuel? Because I think most of us will agree the tax on fuel is shocking. So there are little things they can do immediately to make people better off, and there will be things that are going to take a long time to change direction. And my personal opinion is this: off the back of today, what we're going to see is a very big ramp up in the establishment's narrative, especially Labour, because I think there's a plan. There's always been a plan. They want to see that plan through. One of which I think is to get us tied back into the EU, and I think they will now fast track their plan to get us tied up with the EU as best they can, in a way that a government incoming won't be able to undo that very easily, because it will cost us financially to do. And I think it will be wrapped up in so much financial red tape, i.e., it would cost us more than it's worth to get out of it, that then it's going to be kind of used as like and the general public will always react to it in the worst possible way, because reform will make promises like, we'll try and get out of the ECHR, we'll try and get out of the EU, we'll try and cut the ties, get Brexit done properly. What the establishment are working on now is tying that up in so many knots that it makes it really difficult for reform to do. So then within 6 months, reform get in. And the one thing I said to Jenrick when I saw him is, I said, look, I think the general public are past the point of being lied to. I said, and I think, and I experience this myself, is as much as people don't want to hear the truth sometimes, or they might not like it, people need the truth. Just come out and say, if you can't do it, just come out and say, don't spin it, don't talk a load of bullshit, just come out and say, look, we've got in, this is the red tape they've tied us into, this is going to take longer than we thought, we are trying our best. Explain what's actually happened, explain where the blocks are, explain where the red tape is, and I think people will be a little bit more accommodating to the change that has to happen. And when people start to realise that just because you walk in with 327 MPs in that building, you automatically get control. Yes, you do, to a sense, and there's a lot they can change and a lot they will be able to do, but there's a lot of institutional inertia that will take place for that change to come in. Like, you can look at this from any point of view. Like, think of a football team when a new manager comes in and has a new way of playing, a new style, new tactics. People get new players in and expect them to instantly integrate into the football. You can use all manner of systems to explain this stuff. But it seems like when it comes to politics, if people aren't getting instant results, they have no patience for giving them the opportunity to make the change that's necessary. Um, the entire Labour Party will start. Yeah, and I think that's the next thing we're going to see there, because I think you're definitely going to see a lot of capitulation inside of them. You're going to see a lot of now. There's going to be a lot of factioning off in the Labour Party. There'll be a lot of people picking sides now. Starmer, I think, doesn't see a week or two out. I think he's lucky if he sees the next week out. Um, yeah, exactly, Jackie. Yeah, and they are already setting up deals with the EU, and there will be deals that we can't just get out of. Like this deal that they've done with the migrant boats, that's locked in for 3 years. And there will be a clause in that that says if we cut that deal, Labour will have sealed that deal that they did like a month ago with France. So one thing reform, and what I hope that reform, I'd like to see reform do, is stop. I don't think they need to stop pandering to people anymore. I think they can just be honest about what they're going to do without gimmicks and without slogans, because that's what politics is all about. I think we need to get into a time period where they're just honest and they can really start looking at what Labour are doing and being honest with people and saying, look, Labour have done this. They've tied us into a deal with this 300 million deal with the French on the policing of the beaches. For us to get out of it, it's going to cost us this much. We either see this contract out or we have to pay it out in full for nothing. And I think if they're just honest about that, people will be a lot more sympathetic to the fact that they will be largely inexperienced, which is why I never had a problem with the likes of Braverman and Jenrick and especially Danny Kruger, because I think he's a really good MP coming into reform because they have that experience. They understand how these systems work, be it they're limited in their numbers. I'd always maintained for a few years that I thought reform would have to take at least 20 to 25% of their MPs, which would be about 50 or 60 of them, out of the working establishment, so they can integrate with it in a way. And it's not just about them going in and understanding Westminster as a building. It's like I said, it's the blob, the civil service, the foreign office, the Ministry of Defence. It's all the people that work inside them, the grade sixes, the grade sevens, the general secretaries, everybody that have all got their own political alignments as well and their own goals and all their own agendas. That reform have got to go in and work with these people. A lot of these people are going to kick back at things they want to do. They're going to go through red tape. They're going to go through delays, and we're in a very interesting, but also, I think, delicate 5 to 10 year period. So we'll see. That's just my opinion. That's my opinion, and I think a lot of people, for a longest period of time, have been brandishing them as far right. And what people are seeing now is, by the numbers, that this isn't just a small band of people in this country that are far right extremists. This is a lot of working class people are saying, we're done with you. We've had enough. Had enough. Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, and I agree with you, Francis. I think he does do well on the committee, and I do think he's an asset in the way he speaks in Parliament. But I just think there's something fishy about Restore that I don't see what the point of it is. Um, so yeah. Um, I just don't see the necessity of it, because you don't have to love Farage to get behind the team. Like, it would be like me turning around and saying, like, I've been a football team supporter for the best part of my life. They get a manager in I don't like, and I just abandon the team entirely. You don't abandon the players, and you don't abandon the wider working staff, and you don't abandon everyone you've met and got on with and had good conversations with, and the businesses that are aligned to that party, just because you don't agree with what one person said at one point in time. And unfortunately, what we've gone into is a period where people seem to be treating politics and political parties like this thing you just pick up and drop the minute someone says something you don't like. When the wider problem this is like running the country. This isn't something you just get to be like, oh, I don't like that manager, like I'm going to vote for them. Like this is your taxes, this is your borders, this is your defence, this is the army, this is everything. This is kids' education. And to run the risk of, especially in the system we've got, in the first past the post system we've got, um, to threaten to try and destabilize the momentum that's been made on our side for the sake of it still seems to me a bit egotistical with him. Still seems to be a bit that there was some headbutting went on there between him and I think what people forget about because the whole thing got focused around this argument that happened in the office that most people don't know really what happened, apart from two different accounts of and two different versions of events that went on. But what people forget is Rupert Lowe did a Daily Mail interview about a week prior to that all kicking off, where he basically slagged Farage off and basically said that Reform was just a protest party. So the bigger argument that everyone focuses on, and the police going and taking his guns, isn't where this started. It started a week before where Lowe attacked Farage and attacked Reform. And that's what sparked all this. And a lot of people have forgot about that. So Lowe had some kind of agenda in that. And then obviously it all kicked off, but everyone's forgot all about it. It's documented. You can go and read it all about it. Yeah, 398 at the moment. It's good. Well, the seats is one thing because obviously they don't tell a bigger picture, but it's going to be Suffolk, Norfolk, Essex, and you have to correct me on this, guys. I believe it's East and West Sussex, but yeah, we'll see. Is it East and West Sussex that are full council? There's 5 full councils, isn't there? Full council turnovers, and the rest of them are either thirds or halves. So these 5 now, and then we've obviously got London. London's a big one. London could get a massive, and Wales and Scotland. It's a huge day today. What we're actually seeing, what we are all part of today, whether you acknowledge this or not, is we're going to be part. This is going to be part of history today, big history today. Labour could lose control of Wales, which they've held for like it's 100 years, isn't it? They've held Wales, or at least more than 50, isn't it? Labour could completely lose control of Wales, which have known nothing different than them, to Reform. Scotland is going to be turned on its head a little bit. The councils in this country are going to be turned on their heads a little bit. What we're seeing is a big political shift in this country. This is history in the making. They'll look back on this like I look back now at 1923 and look at what happened then. In 50 years' time, they'll look back at this and say, yeah, the 21st century had a radical shift. The early part of the 21st century, there was a radical shift in politics. And the funny thing is, guys, if you actually look at political history, I've explained this many times before, but if you look at political history, when Parliament first sort of came about, and Parliament was, the fight happened and Parliament was the thing that was decided, the Crown gave up some of its power to Parliament for the representation of the general public. You had the Whigs at the time and the Tories, as they were known. A lot of people don't know this. The reason the Tories are called Tories is because that was the name of the political party before they became the Conservatives. So you had the Tory and the Whigs, and they ruled Britain bouncing backwards and forward, swapping places for about 130 years. Then midway through that time period, I think the Whigs, I always mix this one up. I think the Whigs changed to the Liberals, or the Conservatives, the Tories changed to Conservative midway through that. But then eventually, by the time you got to the 140 odd year mark, they both changed names. So the Whigs became the Liberals and the Tories became the Conservatives. So Then you had another 100 years of those two bouncing power backwards and forwards till we got to about the early 1900s. And then Labour formed as a political party in 1898, roughly. And oddly enough, the Fabian Society around about the same time, not too far after him. So the Labour Party then started their campaigning and whatnot for obviously socialism and for a workers' party. And then in 1923, 25 years later, that's how long it took them to build. 25 years later, they got into government. And that was the first time one of the big political parties that had ruled the country for 200 years got ousted. And that's why I go back to what I was saying earlier, is why this is so big, is because it isn't just one of the big parties that's getting pushed aside here in the Conservatives. Labour are getting an absolute battering as well. So this is like the two political parties that have run this country for 100 years are both getting hammered by the same outsider political party, and they don't like it. They do not like it. They've had far too much control of this country for the longest period of time. They're not liking it at all. And this is where I think, and we're going to go into a very sketchy few years of Parliament, because and you'll see there's one or two ways, like I said, they can do this. They can either wake up and realise um, this is a change. This is what the general public want. The general public have had enough, and either they need to react to that, and they need to realise that they've mismanaged the country and something has to change, or they just let reform keep building power, and eventually they'll just be done one way or another. Because then in that scenario, what they'll do is go into full attack mode. They'll start just attacking the crap out of, like, if you think reform have been attacked now, every single time they turn up in Parliament, every single time they talk, everything they do is scrutinised left, right, and centre. You're going to see the establishment going to overdrive. You're going to see the media establishment, the Westminster, the wider governing establishment are going to go into absolute overdrive. And I heard stories, and there are stories if you speak to reform councillors, that when they got in, when their councillors last year got into some of the smaller councils, you had a lot of the establishment basically not giving them the training, not providing them with with things that they needed. Some of them were very good. I don't know. A lot of reform councillors reported back that a lot of the Conservatives had been very helpful, but Labour, no, Liberal Democrats like wouldn't touch them. So they were basically just trying to hinder them as much as they possibly could. And I think people miss that. People don't see what actually goes on. You know, Reform walk into Suffolk County Council on Monday morning, and they're going to walk into a building where there'll be a transfer period, a changeover period, if they take it off the Conservatives. That these people that have never done this job before, who've got business experience, who've got their life experience and their work experience that they can carry into that job, but they're going to have to learn the ropes of this. And there are people that, again, like, I don't think people realise how many government officials that we don't elect actually work inside the bigger councils, the county councils. There's loads of them, like 40, 50, 60 people. You've got your admin staff, you've got your officers that are all in there. They're not elected, and they're in there to basically facilitate changeover. So if you've got a liberal, green-minded of officers in Suffolk County Council who cannot stand Reform UK, they're not exactly going to bend over backwards to try and help them integrate into the system, are they? So you're going to get a lot of that going on. There's going to be a lot of that going. It's like a hostile takeover. Think of it, it's a hostile. There, that's probably a good way of analysing it. It's like a hostile takeover, and that's what they'll treat it like. Yeah, and I think the thing is, Rainer, is a lot of people have been trying to voice their concerns through petitions and protest. And you know what? They've got no one else but themselves to blame. They've got absolutely no one but themselves to blame. It's not that people are stupid. People aren't stupid. The vast majority of this country are intelligent people working good jobs, have got, academic credentials, have got qualifications. They're not idiots. You can't. No one can sit and brandish all these people voting reform as idiots, because they're not. They're people that are sick and tired of being talked down to and spoken badly of. And I think when Labour came in 2024, they had a really good, yeah, exactly, when Kent County Council, I've spoken to their county councillors, and they were treated like shit when they got in there, because the wider establishment didn't want them there, and they made that absolutely clear. But yeah, um, I've lost all train of thought there, what I was talking. I'll do this. I'll read a comment and then completely lose track of where I was. What the hell was I saying? That's like I could 10 seconds ago, it's completely gone out of my head. The transition, was I talking about transition? No, that was what I switched to. Oh, yeah, yeah, so Labour get into power, and they had a real opportunity. They had a golden opportunity to really get behind Britain, to really get behind industry, and that's what everyone thought they were. Everyone thought they were the party of the working people. They were the unions and everything. They were for the people, and they've just turned out to be everything but that. They've turned out to be everything that's opposite to it as well. And I think they were the last chance. I think people were sick under. They experienced it under Johnson. Johnson with all his promises around Brexit, they fucked that up. They couldn't have made a worse deal if they'd tried, without just not bothering with it at all. So they pissed everyone off with that. Then Labour come in, and they had an opportunity, and then they've pissed everyone off again. And then people basically just start. Um, you then start recounting, don't you? Well, this has not just been these last 8 years, 10 years. It's actually got on further. It started with Blair in '97. It's been 14 years of the Tories. Actually, the whole country has been running to the ground. And then people started looking at the data and the statistics, and the data and the statistics. The national debt increased consecutively over a 30-year period, going from a couple of 100 billion in debt to 3 trillion in debt. That's the responsibility of those two governments. That's a complete mismanagement of our finances in black and white. No one can deny that. And a vast proportion of our income tax, our taxes that they take off of us to pay for their failure, goes on interest rates to the Bank of England, paying back this money. Then you truncate that down into things like the NHS with the PFI schemes that Labour put in place that we still pay for today, and you've got NHS interest being money that goes into the NHS from our national insurance being spent on interest like a credit card. It's complete mismanagement, and I think people are sick of it. And I think where Labour really, really shot themselves in the foot was when they started brandishing everyone far right and fascists. And I think that fucking pissed people off. And I don't think it even necessarily needed to be aimed. I think you had a lot of moderate voters, moderate conservatives, moderate reform voters, even people that would be sitting on the fence or in a grey area. Like, I've always maintained myself that I'm probably 65% right. I've got like 10%, 20% centrism in me, and a little bit of left in me. Everybody has. You have to have. No one's fully. I mean, there are. I said this in a video the other day. There are people that are 100% right wing to the mast, and people who are 100% left wing to. We see them lunatics walking around on the streets. But most common sense people, I think, have got a balance in them, a bit of balance, a little bit this way, a little bit that way, but more that. And I think that's where most people sit. Um, so So yeah, I think basically Labour um, had an opportunity to get the general public behind them, and put paid to people. They could have sent a message to people like me. I've been ultra condemning of them before they even got into power, because I knew what they'd be. I knew it would just be a continue, not like I'm the oracle on any of this stuff. But I read their policy, I looked at their narrative, I read the books around how Keir Starmer and Morgan McSweeney, how he got into the leadership, how they literally. I mean, people don't realise, right, that this whole Labour shift went on way before they ever got into power. Do you know they went from 550,000 members with Corbyn down to 360,000 members, like within about a month period? Because when Starmer got in, a lot of the harder left inside Labour abandoned the party. They lost like a third of their member base just with him being elected, being put in as leader. And no one was paying attention to this. And I think me and very few other people were, because it's what I do. And then all the information started coming out about like dodgy things that were going on in the background, about how he got elected, how they wanted to destroy Corbynism inside Labour, and how Starmer was an abhorrent centrist. So I knew from before they got elected, which is why I spent 4 months prior to that 2024 general election saying, "Do not vote these into power. He is not what he says he is, and they're not going to be what they say they are." And I hate to say it, but they've done nothing but prove me right ever since. Yeah, it is right. Knowledge is power, and this is not a slight on anyone because there's so much information out there, and it's such a big system, and government is so much bigger than just the people that sit in these seats in parliament. It's a massive machine throughout this country with millions of people work in government departments across the country, and I think people have to realise how big it actually is. And that's not before you even take into account the WHO, the WEF, the EU, the United Nations, the G20, the G7, greater international agreements, wider international agreements. Like just internally, it is a massive uh, system that's in place there. And that's where I think people can get a bit unrealistic with their expectations in a new political party comes in like Reform. Well, we're all of a sudden they're gonna change everything overnight, and that just isn't gonna happen. They've got to try and undo 40 years of failure, which I think will take 10 years to do. Minimum 10 years they need. Yeah, I know all the stuff, Louise. The problem is people flock to people they like, don't they? Yeah, I mean, it is the very definition of sheep flocking after the shepherd. And I don't mean to be like, I don't mean to come across as like disrespectful in saying that, but it is. Like when like you had a load of people that aligned with Lowe and a load of people that didn't, align with Farage, and basically, yeah, the sheep flocked to their shepherd. It's the only way to describe it. And it's exactly what happened. And there are some people that won't hear anything bad said about Lower and Restore. They won't hear a single thing bad. They won't look. And this is the funny thing is like I don't think he's bad as a person. I just think they've been. I think there's things have been done to create Restore Britain to damage reform as much as possible. And I think it's come directly from the establishment for this very reason because they're terrified of this very for this very reason because it's the only sense it makes to me. And it's the whole timeline of it, especially if you factor in Advanced UK. Here's my so this is the thing for me, right? And this is where you can yes, it's obviously opinion and you can speculate on stuff, but essentially what we saw with the whole f- turmoil happened, didn't it? Around about March 2025. And then Lowe just kind of ducked off, didn't he? Left, ducked off, went and started his Restore think tank thing. And the whole big thing was Advance UK because Ben Habib had obviously left Reform prior. I've I've obviously spoken to Ben a number of times, and I did an interview with him. Um, my personal opinion is he was replaced in Reform because he didn't get elected, and then why would you want the deputy leader that's a non-elected MP when you've got Richard Tice sitting there as an elected MP, and he was already the deputy? So you make him the official deputy. Ben Habib didn't get elected, so it would make sense that you would step down. And then I think he got his nose bent out of joint and then went off and created Advance UK. And the funny thing is the very same people, Advance UK got put up on this massive pedestal. They garnered a lot of members very quickly for a £10 fee, took a lot of money in early doors. Elon Musk backed them, Tommy Robinson backed them, and they were the new thing that were going to damage reform. And then all of a sudden, it just disappeared into the ether, didn't it? They nothing really more got said after UTK in September. Then rolls around October, and Lowe gets given his Tory pack seat. Um, Susan Hall and Gavin Williamson start advising Lowe on creating a party, both members of the Conservative Party, and sitting in Conservative seats in London Assembly, one of them being a Lord, Conservative Lord. So this is not fiction. This happened, and you can see the timeline of it. Then we wind into 2026. Um, the by-election in Gorton and Denton And around that time period, Advance, I think, got a massive kick in the teeth where they put up what was at the time for them, their kind of pristine candidate in Nick Buckley, and then he only gets 158 votes, which I think woke them up after 7 months of not. I mean, they didn't really put anything into it, did they? I think they did a little bit of campaigning. I think they thought off the back of Elon Musk promoting them and Tommy and the UTK advertising they had in front of millions of people that that was enough. And this is where the thing with Restore people make me laugh because I don't think they understand how this works. Advance got basically put up on a pedestal by these people and then got 158 votes in a by-election. Then all of a sudden, after all the Conservative advice, the Tory paxi, and for me, when I got that paxi, my first question was, "Yeah, what's that gonna cost? What's the pri" and for me, I didn't wanna say anything until now because I've just kind of sat back a little bit and watched their antics on social media, watched their narrative, and for me, and the evidence is utterly overwhelming and undeniable because their social media proves it, that they're a Tory attack dog set out to attack Reform UK. There's no other explanation for it because they don't touch the Greens, they don't touch the Tories, they don't touch Labour, they barely mention the Liberal Democrats. Their full laser focused attention has been on attacking Reform UK. And for me, put two and two together. Here's a lovely little fact sheet for you, Rupert. Here's some advice from the Conservatives on how to create your political party. Here's Elon Musk backing you. Here's the same people that backed Advance UK. Um, Here's the people that we were all supporting 6 months ago. Now we're going to jump ship to you. We create this little vehicle for you. Go and do as much damage as you can to reform. That's what it looks like to me. And I don't see how anyone could twist that back round because I've waited long enough to see it. Had Restore Britain come out and gone after Labour, I'd have had a different opinion on it, but they haven't. And I've waited long enough now, I think, to sit back and say, well, there's overwhelming evidence there to say your sole purpose is to attack Reform UK. And that to me is an establishment ploy. Add a Tory pack seat into it and you start getting your answers, don't you? Getting advice off Conservatives. I mean, I could go way deeper than this if I wanted to, because there's associations that have happened in the past. I'm not going to get into it because you either know or you don't. You either want to know or you don't want to know. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Am I right? I don't know. But I think what we'll see is we'll see them go into even more of an attack against reform. And but I think what I've seen with Restore is I think a lot of people that had minor issues with reform jumped ship to them because they liked Lowe. But then there's liking Lowe as an MP, which I think he's good. I think he's good, but it doesn't mean you can run a political party. You can be a good footballer and doesn't mean you're a good manager. Like there's a big difference. And I think Farage has got something way above Lowe when it comes to running a political party. And I think there's a bit of an ego. Farage has absolutely got an ego. I'm never denying that. Of course he has. He's a rich businessman. Rich man, wants power. They all power. It's all about power. The bottom of the mug. It's good, isn't it? My best mate got me that. I forget about it sometimes. I think people might think I'm doing it to them, but I'm not. It's just the mug. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and it's not a condemnation because I do think there are a lot of people. I think they do. Restore make some valid points, and I do think reform needs to be held to account, which I will do myself, and others, and many others will. But I don't think you need to abandon a political party just because you don't like what one person says. That's ridiculous. And I think a lot of people did that. I think they preferred what Lowe was saying over Farage. They jumped ship without any real. I mean, who's their deputy leader? Who are their hierarchy? Who they've already made it crystal clear that I mean, the funny thing is the one thing that Lowe came out and said is we won't recruit out of the Conservatives, or we won't recruit out of the establishment. So what you with your 2 years of Parliament experience, you're effectively a level two apprentice in terms of experience in Parliament. Like, there are apprentices. Carpenters going out on site require 3 years of training before they go out, and even then, they need another 5 years before they know the job. But Lowe seems to think that after 9 months of being an MEP and 2 years of being an MP, he can suddenly run a government vehicle. Like, come on, let's get some reality into the mix here, hey? Let's get a bit of reality. And then I think for me, one of the biggest, I think, and I spoke to Rich about this the other day, and because I don't like Rich is a good guy, and he's obviously got a place in there. And I did the video with them guys the other day. We did our thing on Monday, recorded it on Monday. Obviously went out during the week, um, where he was saying that they didn't want to rush anything, that they wanted to do things right. And my argument was this, is like, well, you've kind of really been, the funny thing is there was this whole turmoil around when they became a political party as well, because a lot of their Facebook page obviously went up live, and a lot of people were announcing. Lowe came out and announced them as a political party in February. So everyone was like, "Yes, yes, political party, political party." Then everyone realized that actually they weren't, because they hadn't been registered. Then they made a declaration late February, again, that they were a registered political party, and again, they still weren't. Then they did it again in March, early March, still weren't registered. It wasn't until like the 20th of March that they actually became registered. But then my argument was always this: you've got this, you've got this enormous influx of money, 2.8 million pounds from your member base, if that's what it even is, from your member base. 2.8 million quid has come through your coffers, and you've basically been talking about the fact that this think tank movement has been operating where they've taken councillors and recruited people out of Reform UK, funny enough. Lots of people out of Reform UK are in there as well, where they oppose Reform UK. It's funny. I just find the whole thing funny. But then, so they're obviously making all these, this is when they started late early 2025. This is when we actually became a political party. 2.8 million quid goes through the door. So when the 2.8 million quid goes through the door, you would at least expect that if they've been vetting candidates and got that they would put names down. No, I'm not talking about they needed to go campaigning and needed experienced people to go door to door, talking about policy. I'm talking about paper candidates. Like, this is a well-known electoral thing. If you think you can't win an area, generally you just put someone down as a name. And what they could have done, because this is all about data acquisition, what they could have done is listed up 200 or 300 people in Suffolk and Norfolk, specifically, considering loads in Yarmouth, specifically Suffolk and Norfolk. So when it came to this count being done, they could just take a step back and analyse, well, how many people do actually like our party? But the one thing I've seen from them, and if I was I'm not in support of with Reform, genuine party with genuine polling. One of the things I've seen Restore do, and if anybody with a modicum of research did this, every single time they've posted one of their fake polls, they're hoodwinking their membership into thinking they're bigger than they actually are, because not one single correlation on their Facebook page tallies into an actual poll, because the whole thing was commissioned by themselves. And then the one time they did get an actual poll rating, they then came out on their Facebook page and said they were 9%. And the actual YouGov poll that went out said they were at 4%. So they've done nothing but consistently lie to their member base. And they've only been around for a month. Constant lies, constantly attacking Reform UK, and then after taking in 2.8 million quid in after funny, and this is where I'll go back to the Advance UK thing, after them being backed by the very same people that put Advance UK up on a pedestal, who then abandoned Advance UK, and now all of a sudden these people have jumped ship to Restore Britain and putting them up on a pedestal. After that major backing from Elon Musk and this major influx of members and 2.8 million quid going through the coffers, you couldn't stand 200 paper. You couldn't put 200 paper candidates' names down on the ballot to give your members someone to put an X in the box for, and then get that data back. And this just makes me say they don't understand how politics works. I'm sorry, but if your excuse is we were getting ready, bollocks, absolute bollocks, because this is the only opportunity you're going to get in the next year and a half, or the next year at least, to get data acquisition in to find out where your support base actually is. Because at the minute, from what I can tell, most of it's from all over the world, and they don't actually really know where their membership comes from. I actually don't believe Rupert Lowe will retain his seat at all. I don't think he'll keep his seat. I think it's statistically impossible, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I think he picked yes, I agree, I think he picked the wrong path. I think it was and I think it's a shame because I do think he's a good MP, and I think he's got a lot of I think he is, um, I think he's got a lot about him, if that makes sense, but I don't think he's got the I just don't think he's for me, I don't see him as someone that wants to be prime minister either. I think he's more than happy to be in his farm in the Cotswolds, which he does spend a lot of his time, to be perfectly honest, or sitting in Parliament in his account seat, in his parliamentary account seat. And then 1 or 2 times he comes up and says something in Parliament. I think he's only actually been booed and jeered by them once, which should tell you everything. Farage is booed and jeered every single time he even opens his mouth. Lowe's been given a bit of condemnation once, and that was recently. No one really talks. The thing is, they moan that no one talks about them, and then the moment Hope Not Hate mention them, they all get their asses bent out of shape about it. And it's like, fuck me, with the rhetoric you've got, what do you expect? You think they're going to come and be like, oh, look at you, like, you're brilliant. Let's all get like if their narrative is like boiling point above what Reform's narrative is. Yeah, nothing. There's something that just doesn't seem right about it to me. It never did. And I just wasn't one of those people that went tearing off onto the sunset because I know what will happen. They'll the Conservatives will drop them. I think if there is a deal, not a deal. I don't think there's a deal. I don't think there's been some like backroom deal been done. But that accounts committee seat has come with a parameter. I can assure you that that seat doesn't get given to an independent MP without a parameter, especially when you've got 117. So this is the thing, right? That would have had to have been approved by the 1922 committee. People don't realise this. There is no way the Tory party, the 300-year-old establishment Tory party, give that parliamentary accounts committee seat to an independent MP when they've got 117 of their own sitting there, with one, that not being signed off by the 1922 committee, and two, there not being something attached to it. The result of the polls, they'll be going all day, Martin. The result, I mean, you've got it on the screen that we've still got some 3,500 seats to go. No, even more. 1,215 out of 5,000 so far. Reform have took 2 councils. Conservatives have got 6, Labour 10, but that's retaining councils as well. So the biggest story has been that a lot of Labour look at it is it's not looking at how many councils have been taken, or it's looking at the amount of numbers that are going down. And if you look, Reform are up nearly 400, Tory and Labour down 400. So it's Reform more or less directly taken out of both parties. That is that has never happened in British history. Yeah, so I don't ever mean to be, because I think there are a lot of good people supporting Restore. I don't actually mind Low. Um, I just think there's something fishy about them. I think there's something fishy. Maybe it doesn't seem something doesn't seem right about them. And don't get me wrong, like I've got my bugbears with Farage and Reform. Of course I have. I've documented multiple times, but we're not in the position at the minute to be picking favourites. We're in a position where we've got to break the monopoly to start getting the change. And luckily that's happening today. My knowledge of politics, Chris, I've been doing this a long time, mate, and I don't do things I'd like to I think I try and pride myself on the fact that I do the research, mate. I don't just give my opinion. I do lace my opinion into things, but I use data and statistic and facts, mate. Here we go, Kemi. Reform talk a good game. Yeah, they're playing a good game as well, Kemi, if you hadn't noticed. They're all these lot are gonna come out now talking it up. In the background, she's sending a little message to Rupee. Go on, Rupee, go get him. Applied, yeah. Well, the thing is, Sean, I just think that Wales, for the longest period of time, like most people's lifetimes have been run by Labour, haven't they? Um, that are alive today. And Pride seem like a to me, they seem like a green a g yeah, Pride are a really weird party, aren't they? They're kinda like a Labour, Liberal, Green mashup, aren't they? Really. I mean, they're very national, which I actually credit them for their nationalism, and they are a Welsh party, so I credit them for that. But I do think they slip into Green, Liberal, and Labour kind of ideology as well. They're kind of a little bit of a mixed bag. They've obviously got their nationalism, which they're very proud of. Like I say, credit them for it. But I think that's like 20% of them, isn't it? And the other 80% is kind of like this mashup of liberal, Labour, Green kind of attitude. It's a little bit of they're a bit of an odd one, them, aren't they? I don't think they're hard left, are they? I think they're kind of just left, aren't they? I think they're a left wing party. I think we could probably call them a proper left wing party. Like a socialist, are they a socialist party? I don't I'll be honest with you, I don't actually, because I'm English, obviously, I don't necessarily pay that much attention to the SNP or to Plaid, because obviously for me here, it's gonna always be about the English, like, parties. Um Yeah, cheers, Chris. I do, and I did. I've called out reform with Nadine Zahawi. I've called out reform on policy. I've called out. I started a petition against reform about democracy. That's still on change.org for people to see. I started that petition about getting democracy inside the membership. So if people ever say that I don't hold reform to account, they can do one, because I do, and I am neutral. But I also understand that I'm firmly against this lot. I'm firmly against that because they are the problem. And the ones on the end are the only real credible vehicle we've got to actually do something about that. And for me, it's never been about the top 8 people in reform. It's been about the people I've met at the conferences, the people who are in my local branch. It's about Hiker, who I talk to on Suffolk County Council. It's about Adrian Whittle, who's a lovely guy who's running as a councillor, and I hope he gets elected because he's such a good guy. Um, so just so like into this area, and yeah, I know people who literally condemn Reform UK without even speaking a word to these people. They just take the media narrative, the media spin that the establishment have put out there about reform, and they won't even listen to these people. And do you know that I've had volunteers and counsellors and all sorts of different people message me. They've gone to put leaflets through doors and been chased off of gardens, people with knives. They've had people pointing air rifles out of windows at them. Endless abuse, called all sorts of names, all sorts of shit. It's fucking scandalous. And that narrative has been manufactured by this sitting government and by the Greens. And my personal opinion, and I know that on the right side there are a lot of radicals, but I believe the left wing radicals are worse, way worse than the right wing, way worse. Has it hit 400 yet? No, no. So yeah, so we're still looking at Labour 259 seats gone. That's absolutely staggering because for a sitting government of 2 years that got in with the majority they got, I don't think people realize how big that is. That's like a that's Plaid Cymru, I always say this wrong. Plaid Cymru, isn't it? Are Labour in Wales. Are they? Yeah, I kind of always got that sense about them a little bit, but I always thought they were a little bit more green, maybe a bit more liberal. Green liberal. But yeah, I'll take it. If you guys are from Wales, you probably pay more attention to there than me. I'll take the advice when it's given. Right, guys, I'm gonna go and make a cup of tea quickly. I hope this doesn't shut me off, so I will be back in a second. I'm gonna go make a drink because I'm getting thirsty. You're absolutely wholeheartedly neutral. Look to reform as a change to the current status quo whilst also challenging them on what you don't agree with yet. And in all honesty, the same things you have disagreed with were the same things as myself, and still reform got my vote. The only real party saying something different to a broken two-party system. Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah. I like to think so as well. I've never been the kind of I don't put people on pedestals. Never have, never will, especially politicians. You'll never see me put a politician on a pedestal. Not in a million years. Never. No chance. And people do, unfortunately. People do. This ain't a game. This ain't a football team. You don't you know, the funny thing is I use that terminology sometimes where it's like, you know, you wouldn't abandon your football team because you didn't like the manager they brought in or a player they signed. But I think a lot of people treat political parties like that. It's just like, oh, he's Richard Tice said this, fuck them, and off they go. And it's like, really? So basically, you could agree with 99% of everything about their policy, but because he said something you didn't like, you what? What are you going to do now? Nothing. It's insane people's attitude sometimes, and it just shows the level the level of understanding of what politics ain't football. Politics ain't like any other thing you get to make opinions on. Politics is your life. Politics is your taxes. Politics is everything about the running of your life. And it doesn't matter what Richard Tice said. It doesn't matter if Nigel Farage says something you don't like. If their policy aligns with things you believe in how you think a country should be run, that's what you vote for, and you vote for the best possible option of making that happen. Despite your loyalty or your love of someone, there's no love. Like if you love a politician, if you put a politician up on a pedestal, then you already made a very big mistake because you're effectively a sheep following a shepherd. It's the very definition of sheep following the shepherd. Being led, being led. MPs shouldn't be able to speak negatively about other parties, only what they yes, I agree. I think they should only be able to talk about yeah, I think they should only be able to talk about what they wanna do. And there used to be but this is, also the problem with parliamentary privilege, isn't it? They can pretty much get away with saying anything they want. They can I mean, Angela Rayner has just been in schools recently flagrantly lying. Like, they're just lying. So, yeah, I don't they keep peddling this bullshit that Nigel Farage wants in an American style insurance-based system, which just isn't true. It just isn't true. And yet, how anyone can turn around and think that these parties have run the NHS in any kind of a good way for 30 years is beyond insane. And then um, the privatisation that Labour put it through, the PFI deals that we're still paying for today, we pay national insurance for something that most of that national insurance contribution is going on interest payments to the Bank of England to pay that debt off. Like the mismanagement of it is insane. And yet, any mere suggestion of doing it a different way, I think people are too precious about the NHS, to be perfectly honest. Far too precious about it. Because I think it gets sold by the political class as like this gem that nowhere else has. Yet Germany's healthcare system's way better than ours. So is the French. French and German healthcare systems are miles better than ours, and they've got a split healthcare system, part privatization, part state funded. 22 years in the military, and what I would see was a disagree, and I question what I said. Yeah, mate. Yeah, rather going to be prosecuted. Yeah, is it's not technically illegal in the sense of breaking a law, but it goes against, electoral commission rules. But electoral commission rules is kinda like, if we go back to football, is kinda like you get a yellow card. You can brutally take someone out, but because it's your first challenge, you get a yellow card. But then, in that terminology, oddly enough, I would say surely they've already got enough on her with her tax dodge. That should have been the first yellow card. And this one should be the second. Out you fuck. Off you go. But that's how it works. So the Electoral Commission aren't exactly, they're kinda like the slap you on the wrist people. They can do things, obviously, they can influence, like, temporary suspensions where they don't get to vote and stuff like that, but yeah, they can't really do much. The thing is like a lot of people don't realize is how protected MPs are. Like you can literally only get a member of parliament out. And a lot of people think that a lot of people thought that Angela Rayner had been sacked. Like she never even got sacked. Like she just got stood down as deputy leader, but she's still a Labour politician inside her seat. And even if the Labour Party booted her out, she would still retain her seat as an independent because they cannot lose their seat unless they commit a convictable crime or they get seriously ill or they're involved in some kind of like treason or something like that. But I suppose that goes under the crime thing. So you can't get these people out, which is why I was so like prior to the general election saying, please don't give these lot 400. Like, don't give them a majority. Don't, and the funny thing was, I'm sitting there saying, don't give them a majority. Don't give them a majority. Let's at least get a hung parliament. Let's make it a little bit like, let's mix it up a little bit. And they go and give them a super majority. 9.6 million people in this country went and gave them a super majority. I'm like, oh my God, seriously? Celebrate a win for common sense. Bro, go and make that. Yes, I did say I was going to go make a coffee, didn't I? And I haven't done it yet. Right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I bet you were all hoping I had shorts or something on there, weren't you? I should do, really, 'cause it's hot outside. Right, back in a minute. What was I? Sorry, I am back. I am back. Someone, so some of you are going to. I have to do this every now and again. Shameless plug-in. Shameless plug-in. If you didn't know this, I'm actually a author of a book. If you didn't know, this is my book. Explains everything about politics that I've learned over the last 4 years from a normal person's point of view. So my book was written by me. It's not been. I've got no publisher, no author, just totally independent. It's got heavy ratings. You can, I've just started talking on my phone. That's weird. Yeah, so I brought a book out late last year, and basically it's everything I've learned over the last 5 to 10 years, just in studying politics. Obviously, a I've not got a degree in politics or anything like that, but you don't need a degree to study and to learn things. So I've spent a long, long time. Don't give a toss about politics. Perfect, doesn't it? Yeah. Val. Hi all, I'm in Yorkshire and we've had a drop of rain, or was it the Uniparty's tears? Love it. Love it. Absolutely love it. I don't know if I can get away with doing this, can I? I don't know if they'll go, I'm gonna get slated for adverts going on here. I might get pulled up by Sky. Why are you broadcasting Sky? Well, just trying to show people what's going on. The problem here is it's created a whole cabinet to believe we celebrate delusions and mental disorders by giving them extra rights. So now he's just promoted himself to special PM. Stay woke. Perfect. Love it. Yeah, they are, and they are. Yeah, I agree with you, Peter. They're in cloud cuckoo land, and the bottom line is the funny thing is last night when I was live, they said that like Andy Burnham got like pulled out of Manchester. Like all of a sudden, he just like I reckon I think they saw very early what was coming, and I think it's been way worse than they ever imagined. But I think the one thing, if I was going to credit myself for anything, it's just been maintaining what I've done, and along with a lot of other people. Obviously, there's other people that do what I do as well. Just trying to get people to get out and vote, and trying to get people to read the policy and look beyond the headlines, look beyond the bullshit, and just see things for what they are. And I think a lot of people have. I'd like to say I've had a little bit of influence in that. I think people have, and I think people have finally come out and are having their voices heard. And I think we're going to see a very, very big monumental shift in the attitude. I think for most of the weekend, they're going to be in defensive mode, especially the establishment. They're going to be in heavy defense mode. And then I think they're going to have to go through a little realization period next week, especially when PMQs comes around, which they'll likely cancel that. Because I think Reform are just, I don't think Reform are going to need to walk in there and say a word. They're just going to walk in there, and I think you're just going to get paralysed like this, like a Cheshire cat. You know, I don't think you'll need to even speak. You've never been so invested. Well done, Myers. Well done. Yes, yeah, Steve, I've maintained this, that it's still odd, isn't it, that people are voting for these parties, that the Conservatives, Labour and Liberals still pick up votes. I don't know who these people are. I don't know what country they're looking at, especially when you see that him yapping away. Like, how really? And now, and I hear, I know you can't hear what he's saying. What he's saying is, it's such a shame we've lost so many good people. Fuck off. If your people were good, they would have listened to the general public, and they would have, one, cut back against you in your hierarchy, which is your 27 cabinet ministers and your agenda. Because if they had a spine, this is what they've got to realize, right? They did have an opportunity, that every single one of their candidates had an opportunity to say, do you know what? This ain't right. This isn't the direction. This isn't the direction we promised. This isn't what we promised the people. We're not doing this for the people. Something's wrong here." And they could have stood up and made themselves heard inside their party. But they were whipped, they were told what to do, they listened to their hierarchy, and that falls squarely on him. No one else. This is not Reform's fault. This is not Farage's fault. This is all on them. Only them. And he can sit there with his worried face saying how many good people have lost their well, lots of good people are gaining those positions as well. In fact, better people who actually represent most of us. I don't care. You're their councillors and their members of parliament, their backbenchers have had every opportunity to hold this lot to account, and they are elected by the general public to represent the general public. And I think what's actually happened is they've lost complete sight of that, and what they are getting now is a wake-up call. You are not put in those positions to toe the party line. You are not put in positions to toe a vaster global agenda. You are put in those positions by the people of these of our United Kingdom and Great British nations to represent the people of those countries. And when you stop doing it, this happens. And I think it's way overdue, to be perfectly honest. I bet he's struggling to hold back his Cheshire grin must be so big inside. Now look, don't get me wrong, there we go, there's the 400 guys. Tip the mark, 400. I think until the big account what I'm still like the Greens, they've not picked up what I thought they would. They're only on plus 28. So they've retained, do the quick maths, 25 seats, retained 25 and gained 28. Is that right? Did I just do the math right there? Yeah. Gain 25, retain no. Yeah, gain 25, retain 28. Yeah, gain 25. Or is it gain 20? No, sorry. Retained at 25, gain 28. Well, this is what I've said, Sean. Like, if I was the establishment now, I'd call a general election as soon as possible because all Reform are going to do is get stronger and stronger. Now they've got control of count. Once they start getting, if they get control of Wales and they really do batter the establishment in these councils, like it, when we get to the end of this and they've taken 4,000 seats, then the establishment have got a very big problem because they'll have took literally almost getting on for half of the seats available in the country. Our Reform candidate came third. Labour held their seat, but a reduced vote share. Conservatives came second, Reform third. Why? Yeah, yeah. Who are these? I don't understand who these people are voting Labour and the Tories. Do not understand who they are. But I've always maintained they've got a dedicated base. They've got a dedicated base, and I would imagine a lot of Conservative voters are you're over 65s, not particularly politically engaged. The very people we talk about who, you know, mummy and daddy voted and granddad voted. I've been Tory all my life. I'll never change. Those people who just rock up and just put their ex in the same box year in, year out. They exist. Yeah, the Conservatives got a hold in Westminster, didn't they? Obvious that one though. That is obvious. That's the elites in it. The elite class trying to keep the establishment in place. How many seats need to change, Sean? Well, it's just every seat Reform UK takes weakens their grip. So if what for Reform to take over completely, 20,000. But for control, probably about 10. For full control, if they to get full control of every council, they need about 10, 11,000 seats. But then again, it goes back to the first past the post system that they need to have one more councillor than everybody else to get control of a council. So even if you had 11 and the Tories had 10 and Labour had 9 and the Greens had 9 and Independents had 9, they could get control with those 11 councillors. So that's what it's all about. It's all about the numbers. So we won't really, till the end of the day, I think Reform will take Norfolk fully, Suffolk fully, Essex fully. 3 counties will get taken by Reform. like as a whole, county councils. Because I was explaining earlier how this works. So you've got people have to correct me on this if I'm wrong. East and West Sussex are full council elections. Um, or even then, I think there's a district councils or borough. So there's so many. This is a problem. You've got parish, ward, district, borough, county, and mayoral. So you've got 6 different types of election that can go on inside a county. Um, and then if you're in in a greater authority, you would have a mayor. So for me in Suffolk, Ipswich have got a mayor election. Suffolk have got a county election. And inside that, we have district councils, which is West Suffolk, North Suffolk, South Suffolk, and East Suffolk. And inside that, you've got your wards, which filter into those districts. Then you've got your parishes that filter into the wards. It's very confusing. Lots of people. Lots of people. Looking good so far, Adam. It is, yeah. East Sussex, West Sussex, Hastings. Thank you, Hastings. That was the other one. So yeah, those councils can be taken fully. They're full council elections. Whereas in other ones, what we're seeing is second year or third year council elections. So some counties, this is really weird. They might have, say, they've got 60 seats, yeah, in the council. What they do is do one election one year for 20 seats, and another election the next year for the next 20, and another year the next election for the next 20. So it can create a little bit of a, and it happened in Hull. Labour held Hull Council with 44 seats, and Reform just took 22 of them off of them because 22 seats were up. Reform took all 22 seats. So now you've got Labour on 22, Reform on 22, so no overall control. So now effectively they have to work together to run the council, unless an independent was to then jump ship to Reform or Labour, which would then give them one plus councillor to run the thing. So yeah, it's very complex. It's way too overcomplicated for my liking. I don't like it. Um, yeah, I think West Sussex Rainer is probably the same as Suffolk. Like we're at the minute electing county councillors, and then I believe next year we elect district councillors, and that could then run on a 3-year cycle. So you do effectively nationally. There is usually elections going on every year, just depending where you live in the country. And depending on the scale of those elections and what they actually account for, be it county, district, or borough, can affect who you're actually electing. And this is the thing, right? So, like in my area, Suffolk County Council would generally control more things like, do we have HMOs in this area? How funding is spent on how the funding is distributed amongst borough councils. Um, Bigger policy that probably ties more into Westminster rather than local. So they're kind of like it's like a bridge between Parliament and local, if that makes sense, county council level. It's kind of like and effectively county council is your training ground for people that you would then put up in parliamentary positions. So reform, what they'll do if they take over Suffolk Council, is that then acts as a training ground for those 57 people to become one of the representative or multiple representatives in constituency parliamentary elections. So it gives parties a really big foothold, which is why the establishment of and it's directly relates to councils as to why political parties either do really well in parliament or don't. Which is why the Liberal Democrats always do well and never kind of get power, but they always get a lot of seats because they have very good representation locally, and that feeds into parliament. Greens are taking wards, yeah. Yeah, so but then if you look at what Greens are getting down here, they've not gained many seats, to be honest. They're only up 28 seats. They are pulling seats in places, but I don't think they're doing as well as people thought they would. In comparison to Reform, the other side, not even close. Not even close. But the funny thing is this can shift very quickly. You could go through a period where a whole bunch of councils start declaring, and these numbers can start bounce because there's a lot of seats to go, lots of seats to go. Yeah, it does make, yeah, it's just a joke. So like, for example, I went out and did my vote yesterday. This is for county council. So the people that predominantly preside over the county. And then next year, when we go and do West Suffolk Council, that's in, for me, it's in Bury St Edmunds, whereas County Council's in Ipswich. So you've got two different towns that organise. So West Suffolk's Bury, then North Suffolk's will be somewhere, South Suffolk, etc., etc. So you're always electing different people, and there's lots of people involved in this. 20,000 people are involved in local government. So when you look at local government in comparison to parliament, like parliament's minute compared to locals. Locals are more important than people think. It's where you can then kind of really influence public opinion. It's where your ground game gets built off of. It's where you start getting your data in because it's then year round data acquisition. Um, and you can really start channeling where you want to focus then your campaign money for a parliamentary election. Because without councils, you're just blind. You're just shooting into the wind. And you can't. A lot of people say social media is a good. It's not at all. Social media is not a good measure. Not in any stretch of the imagination. It can give you a nice little boost. It's a good way of advertising and getting your name known, but it ain't anything in comparison to actual boots on the ground, holding seats, holding local authorities, actual councils and boroughs. And yeah, I think there's a big message being sent today. Now, Wales and Scotland, because that's national, so it's going to be a big vote. It's a huge vote. Um, like Suffolk. Suffolk's a county vote, so it's like hundreds of thousands of people. Whereas a lot of the littler seats that they're calling now is just like little boroughs and wards. So you're only like if they were to be counting in my village, it's like 800 people. So my count got done very quickly. Whereas Suffolk's like 100,000 people. The wider Suffolk election is 100,000 people. What did I just do there? Oh, what have I just done there? There we go. Just took my little bar off. I want to get rid of that. Yeah, so it's really, yeah. And then like some areas don't have parish councils, some areas don't have district councils, they have boroughs instead, like London. London's all boroughs. So there's loads of different things. And some places have mayors and some don't. And there are mayor elections up as well. I think there's six mayoral elections on the go at the minute as well. So yeah, yeah. Crossing my fingers. Newcastle have already had a reform win, haven't they? Newcastle South, I think. Sunderland, I think I know if you're Newcastle, you're probably not going to want to hear much about Sun. But Sunderland, I think, got shifted from Labour to Reform. That's a big one. That's big because Labour, like the Northeast, is like Labour's. That's like hardcore red wall. Yeah. So at the minute, if you look on the Sky thing, councils +2 Reform, -1 Conservative, -2 Labour. So Labour are losing, Conservatives are losing, Lib Dems have gained. Harlow. Who's voting for the Tories in Harlow? Come on. Yeah. Farage is not wrong with his statement there. We are all living through what people lived through 100 years ago. The last massive shift in politics, we're seeing it today. No TV license required, Luke, because this is all YouTube. All YouTube. Oh, actually, hold on. On broadcast, yeah. I'll be careful what's going on here. I don't think so. Because I'm commentating on it. So, and you're not, there's no sound. So it's just visual. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And I think Essex has done well as a whole. Basildon, like I know Sam, I've spoke to Sam many times. Sam's a good guy. Um, yeah, yeah, it's when the bigger council elections come across. Yeah, agree. Because then I think what you're gonna see is Reform are gonna I think Reform were predicted to get about 2,300 seats, which takes a big chunk out of Labour and the Conservatives. And again, going back to what I said earlier, I think people are not realizing the gravity of it. This isn't just Reform UK taking Conservative seats, it's Reform taking both of their seats, Labour and Conservative. It's monument to where it looks actually like they're taking more Labour seats than Tory seats. That says everything. No license required to watch Bruce live. Exactly. No TV license required here. If you wouldn't mind buying my book, please do. Because unfortunately, I'm not funded by the taxpayer. Yeah, yeah, Adam, they're a left. Yeah, yeah. I've no. The funny thing is, right, is I don't. I've never been one of those people to attack people for who they vote for. I'd rather have a conversation with them. But there's definitely an extremist left narrative where these people just don't. If you so much as associate yourself with right wing politics, they just instantly condemn you as a far right fascist. And I think their entire agenda and narrative is disgusting, to be perfectly honest. I think there's a lot of very troubled people inside those movements, and I think they're extremely radical. And I think we're seeing more radicalization from the left than we've ever seen from the right, especially when they're parading, terrorist-related flags on the streets of London inside what is effectively the Green Party and this radical left-wing activism. It's shocking, absolutely shocking. And I've been to a few of them. I've stood in amongst them. Yeah, nice one, Eric. Yeah, I think they will. I think by the end of the day, Reform are going to have done really well. Going back to what I was saying earlier, for any of you that have joined recently, I was talking earlier about how the establishment will react to this. We're going into you're still listening to my okay. We're going to go into a very destabilizing couple of years. Victory in England Day this year. Yeah, I think we're going to go into a very the establishment are going to go into self-preservation mode across the board. There's going to be a lot. I mean, if you think Reform have been attacked prior to this, wait and see what comes afterwards. They're going to go into full-blown attack mode, um, or they do something crazy and call a general election. Because for me personally, like I said earlier, it's the best chance they've got to maybe retain any credibility. While they're getting at least some idiots still vote for them, and I do call them idiots because I think if you're voting for either of those 2, specifically Labour and Tory, if you're voting for those political parties after what we've seen for the last 30 years, you got something up here wrong with you. Chatting to Louise, link to my book. I don't even know if I can put it up on here actually, to be honest. Let me have a look. Will it allow me to put it in? Maybe not. Oh, yeah, there we go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, exactly, Claire. Yes, yes, 100%, 100%. They've got no excuses but themselves. Yeah, we are living yes, we're living in very exceptional times. It's gonna be a very rough few it's gonna be rough because it's gonna be a lot of change. Um, Reform are gonna need their time. Yeah. Yeah, Eric. Yeah, misinformation, fake news, blocking reform at every opportunity. Yeah, yeah, and they will go. I think the worst thing is they'll go into overdrive on trying to push their agenda through. I think there'll be a hard push to get us back in the EU as quickly as possible. I think that will happen over the next 5 to 6 months. There'll be a massive drive by Labour for that. There'll be a change of leadership there, which will then afford them, with their dim-witted voter base, some kind of reset. Um, yeah, I think it's gonna be there. I think it will be all out attack mode from them to push their agenda through. Um, I don't see much mind reform winning some local elections. However, I do not want them to win the general election. So you trust Tory sitting Conservative aligned Rupert Lowe, who sits in a Tory pack seat over the very man that's challenged the establishment for 30 years, who also everything you've just said about Nigel Farage is relatable to Rupert Lowe as well, by the way. But just so you know, the Chris, yeah. If you've just pigeonholed Farage into that, Lowe is exactly the same. He's a rich businessman. He has shareholdings in some organisations that Farage wouldn't touch with a barge pole. Um, if you think Lowe is the answer, I think you're very misguided. You think someone that's been in Parliament for 2 years is going to run a country in 3 years' time? I don't know what planet you're living on, to be honest. I like Lowe. I like Lowe. But if you think that man's running this country, you're barking up the wrong tree here. We do realism, not fantasy, not being told everything you want to hear. Politics. And when you've been advised by sitting Conservative London Assembly members and a Conservative Lord, and you're gifted as an independent MP, a Conservative Parliamentary Accounts Committee seat. Yeah, yeah. I've got a little bit of wake up cereal for you. And yes, going back to what you said, Claire, every single thing about this is their own fault. It's entirely their own fault. They have got nobody else to blame but themselves, with their rhetoric, with the way they've condemned the general public, with the labeling they've put on the general public. Yeah, and they've done themselves absolutely no favors. And the funny thing is the Tories were still beating their drum for at least the first year after the general election, and now all Badenoch seems to have done is shifted into a let's talk a little bit more like reform. Um, Farage has only been into the parliament. Well, actually, Farage was a European parliamentary MP for 20 years, if you didn't know, since 2010 to 2021. So he's actually been a politician for 23 years. Lowe's been a politician for two. Big difference. Big difference. So what were we saying? What was he saying? I don't even know what we were saying. Yeah, it's all their own fault. Yeah, because they like I said earlier, they could have come in 2024, and they could have been the party they claim they could be. Who was in Europe? Low, yeah, for 9 months. 9 months. Got elected under Brexit. Farage's group was there for 9 months, and then we left the EU. He's got 9 months' experience in the European Parliament and 2 years in as a member of Parliament. Farage has got 2 years as a member of Parliament and 20 years as an MEP, and has been in and around politics since 1995. Lowe joined the bandwagon in 2019 under Reform UK. Oh, these are all facts. Like, I don't do misinformation. I do realism here. Reality. Get with reality, what this actually is. This ain't social media posting, Facebook pages. This is real world. Real world. Yeah, and that's the biggest one is that that people are still fucking voting for this lot. It's mystifying to me. Mystifying. You know about the 5 million? I know exactly about the 5 million, Kim, and he's done nothing wrong with it. What's your point? What exactly is your point? I don't know what your point is there. He's being looked at by the Electoral Commission on the 12th of May. It'll probably come back. It'll come back, no doubt, once again that he's done nothing wrong because he took money, 5 million quid for. Have you questioned Rupert Lowe's earnings on X? Have you questioned Rupert Lowe's shareholdings in net zero organisations? Rupert Lowe's shareholdings in cybersecurity firms, while publishing a policy that's net zero. Sorry, that's digital ID aligned. Very easy to put your blinkers on and criticise one without the other. And I did a video saying that what Farage did, the difference between me is and some other people is I did a video saying that what Farage did wasn't actually very good because he should have declared that and it's a bit shit that it looks like he's tried to hoodwink people on it. 402, is that what it is now? Because I call out the party I support when they do wrong. I don't sit fantasizing over a messiah on a pedestal. My predicted timescale, I think within the week. If it weren't for Farage, we wouldn't be having these elections. If it weren't for Reform and Farage, we would not be having these elections, FYI. And this is the thing people say he's the establishment. He's the one that's given us this vote because the establishment didn't want us to have it. And mine got blocked last year in Suffolk. We were supposed to have elections last year and they were blocked. And then they were going to try and block it again. I really wish people would stop paying attention to the bullshit. It's so odd that all these people, do you know what makes me laugh? The amount of people that sit there saying, I'm awake, mainstream media is bullshit, all they do is tell us lies. Oh, Farage, fucking 5 million gift. Because they've just sat and listened to everything the mainstream media are telling them. It's like you claim to be awake, they claim to be awake, but they are not awake. They are absolutely not awake. Kemi is doing well at, yeah. This is what I'm saying earlier. She's well changed her tune. She's changed her tune because the 1922 and the wider establishment will have turned around to her and said, "You need to start talking a little bit more like Reform. You need to start talking a little bit more like Reform." And going back to the Farage 5 million quid, I will condemn or whatever him when the Electoral Commission complete their investigation and when this absolutely disappears into the ether because he's done nothing wrong. And I already know he's done nothing wrong. He requested security access prior to being an MP from Parliament, and they denied him it, despite being a very controversial political leader. So he used that money as security. Like this has all been spoken about. What pissed me off is the fact that they didn't declare it, and it's always little stupid things like this that people jump on the bandwagon about, saying like he's corrupt or whatever. When in actual fact, it's probably just a misguided slip. And then to sit there painting low like he's the messiah who's completely crisp, squeaky clean, I find that insane. We were talking about this earlier. So many people focus on what went on in that office that no one knows apart from the people that are in it. All you've heard is one side of one story that you've chose to believe, or another side of a story you chose to believe. I choose to believe what actually happened prior to that, which is why the whole thing kicked off in the first place. And that was because Rupert Lowe did an interview 4 days before all that shit kicked off, basically slagging off Farage and saying that reform was just a protest movement. Did an interview in the Daily Mail, and then all the shit kicks off. But all the Low fanatics want to remember is Nigel Farage tried to get him arrested, which is a bunch of bullshit as well, by the way, because that was just standard police procedure. And I find it very funny how people are very blinkered in their viewpoint when it comes to actually laying a timeline out and looking at what's really happened. Because I'll tell you this, there is more evidence to suggest that that Restore Britain are just the Tory attack dog than anything else, and their social media proves it hand over fist. There is no denying it. Yeah, people keep banging on about that 5 is it 3 what's it, 305? What's at 3:05, Chris? 4:05, mate. Sorry, is that what you were trying to say? 4:05. Prime Minister's questions, Kim's gonna be so funny. I think they'll cancel it. I think Wednesday will get cancelled because I think he'll be gone. I think that I would guess, um, by about midday today, I think when that starts hitting about 1,000, I think then you're gonna get an emergency meeting. No, he didn't actually, if you quote no, he didn't. That's the media narrative. He did not admit they made false claims. He did not admit on no, find that video. Link me that video. Link where he said that. That was fucking media, mate. See, this is what I'm on about. He didn't say it at all. Just AI it right now if you want. Find it. Did Nigel Farage deliberately get Rupert Lowe arrested and make false claims? No, they didn't, because there was a KC investigation into it that actually was recorded on Hansard, that they'd investigated Lowe for, they couldn't find credible evidence, but there was evidence of harassment in the office. Fuck me, do you only take like 50% of the information? This is the thing, right? I don't lord it after Farage, yeah? And I'll condemn him when I need to, and I'll defend him when I need to. And I will defend Lowe because I don't have a problem with Lowe. But I don't sit here like some fawning moron putting a person up on a pedestal, making out like he's squeaky clean, because he isn't squeaky clean by any stretch of the imagination. He's a parliamentary MP. Get that in your head. He's a parliamentary MP. He is influenced by that system, whether you like it or not. Every single person in there is. There is no exception to it. He's not some he's not some fucking shining star exception from the system. He's a very rich businessman. He has shareholdings in stuff. He's politically aligned. He's inside Parliament. He sits in a Tory pack seat. He's got conservative alignment. He's been advised by the Tories. If you think that man is not inside the establishment, I don't know what the fuck you're looking at, because then it's just blind loyalty as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I know, mate. But people only look at the side of the story they want to see to support for that person. And funny thing is people try and criticize me like I do this with I don't lord after any parliamentarian. I've called Farage out for his flaws before. I've called things out when I've said they were shit. I called him out when he recruited Zahawi because I thought that was a shit appointment. Yeah, he left the party. Like, they wanna hear what they wanna hear, don't they? And I will sit here and say it right now, I do not think Farage is perfect, but I've spoken to people in reform. I've spoken to Heike Sauer, who's one of the councillors in my area. I've been to the branch meetings. I've been to the conferences. I've spoken to the business people, the farmers, the accountants, the people that support them. I've spoken to the people that are standing in these elections, and it ain't corrupt twats like this lot wanna keep in. It's actual working class people that are winning these seats. Actual people, real people that are winning these seats. And I back that, not Farage, that, the party, because I don't abandon my ship just because someone said something I don't particularly like. What I do is stick around and hold them to account. That's the point of being a member. That's the point of supporting a party, and that's how you influence what your party does. And I'd love to know how many people jump from Reform to Advance to Restore, because I tell you what, there are a lot of people did that. Oh, Advance to the next big thing. Oh no, now Restore are the next big thing. Yeah, politics don't work like that, I'm afraid. Take it from someone that wrote a book about it. And I don't mean to be aggressive about it, but it pisses me off. It does piss me off because I'd like to think I'm quite neutral on a lot of things, and a lot of people, and I've not been condemning of Restore or Low by any stretch of the imagination. But if you want to deal with this, deal with it in facts and in the timeline and what actually happened instead of what the media have sold you or what one side has sold you. Because I'll tell you exactly what it was. I'm going to tell you exactly what this was, right? It was a bunch of rich men with egos throwing their handbags on the ground. That's exactly what it was, by all accounts. And if you don't like that, I don't fucking care because it was Farage, Lowe, and whoever else was involved. Very rich men with very large egos who garner power having handbags is exactly what it was. Entitled pricks who do not represent any of us, by the way. They live in a different planet to us, all of them. And all I care about is what is written in black and white in that policy and whether they stick to it or not. That's it. And I will hold them accountable to that. Not because Farage said some comment I didn't like, or or the mainstream media tried to throw Richard Tyson under the bus about his taxes again, which is a bunch of bollocks as well, because nothing will come of that. Because the last time HMRC tried to roll him over the coals, we ended up paying him out 60 odd grand because he'd over fucking paid his taxes. And I do get so tired of these people who say they're so awake, and yet believe every bit of bullshit the media will put out, just as long as it aligns with what they want to put up on a pedestal now. And they'll see Farage, and I saw people come out with this 5 million quid, like, oh look at him, 5 million quid, not taking into account that he's the most polarizing politician in British history ever. He's been actively against the establishment for 30 years, ostracized by these people. Ever since he set foot in Parliament, he's got nothing but abuse and shit. Had had everything he's done and said scrutinised through the mainstream media. Had literal groups created, anti-reform groups, to condemn him and try and show him up as much as they possibly can. Then having someone inside his own system turn against him because he didn't like the power he had, and going off and creating another political party that conveniently seems to have lined itself very nicely with the Conservatives and only has one purpose, which is to attack Reform UK. And if you can't see that, I don't, then you're not awake at all. Not one little bit. 9 candidates for our one seat in our ward. It's been Labour stronghold around 9 candidates. What, 9 separate parties, you mean? Separate things? 406. What are you on, Chris? Yours is moving way quicker than mine. Oh, yeah, there we go. I just refreshed it. That's what I needed to do. Stronghold around you, but interesting to see who gets in or whether the vote gets split and Labour sneak back in. So have you got? Are you county council, Daniel? Have you got? Did you only have one vote hung on some of the results? Basically, no overall majority. So it's kind of like Hull hung because you got um, 22 uh, Reform and 22 Labour. So like it's even equal split. They can't make a decision. So then what you effectively need is like an independent to take a side, like join, like either align with Reform or align with Labour, and then tip it over the balance so they can get control. Yeah, this is where these elections get a little bit. They're all there's very different elections going on all over the country for different portions of control. I explained earlier. So for me, I'm having a county council election, which is all of Suffolk. Others are having district councils, which is like part of the council. So the council might be 60 seats in total, but you're only getting 20 of the seats available to vote for. So if you've got Labour, so say you had Labour controlled all 60 of those seats, Reform could take 20 off of them, which then destabilizes their power a little bit, but they still retain control of the council. And then next year, they might do another portion of the council, then Reform take another 20 seats, then they've got 40 against 20, and Labour lose control of the council. But I think what they did, and this is the trick, right? This was kind of put in place by the establishment because it was always a good way of them retaining their blue wall or red wall seats. So what they would do is break up a district, so you're not giving democracy as a whole, you're compartmentalizing it. So, for example, in Hull, I said earlier, they did, I've got a fiber to the premises, like Ethernet connect. I don't use Wi-Fi. Um, so in Hull, they had there's 44 seats. So this time round, 22 of them were up for grabs, and Reform took all 22 off of Labour. So now you've got a hung council there effectively, 22 Reform, 22 Labour, and it won't be till maybe next year or the year after that they'll contest the other 22 seats, which then Reform could get full control of that council, or Labour could take it back, or the Tories could come in and take 22 seats. You don't know. So yeah, and there's a lot of that going on. So you've got some doing one third council elections, some doing half council elections, and some doing full council elections, which is why it can get very confusing. And why you had some councils declared at like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning today or last night because they're very small. They had like 1,000 people in a village. So they got it done very quickly. Whereas then you've got full county councils like Suffolk, Essex, and Norfolk, and Western East Sussex. And there's another one as well, someone mentioned earlier. They're full council. So they've got to take the count of like hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah. Apparently, Starmer's saying now he's absolutely not going to resign. No, I've got fibre, mate. Fibre to the premises, mate. I've got like my internet connection is the bollocks. I got like a on my uploads like nearly a tera. It's weird. I always forget how the kilobytes per second or megabits per second, megabits per second work. Yeah, I have one of the ones that does like 1,010 and 900, not like 45 and 120, mainly because of what I do. This ain't a me problem. This is probably a I'm streaming to Facebook and YouTube simultaneously problem. Oh, thanks, Kim. June's great. I love June. June's great. She's very knowledgeable about, especially right-wing politics. June is very knowledgeable. She's worth listening to, and she knows a lot about what went on behind closed doors with Reform. She could tell you some stories. She's not allowed to really. She's told me some stuff. I can't say anything, but I know some stuff. I suppose that's as well why I get my arse up because I know things that you can't really talk about. But there you go. See you later, Gina. How many ex-Tories are in Restore? How many ex-Tories are in Reform? But it's low and it's Conservative bodies. How many ex? Well, there's none because it doesn't. You don't need. What's that got to do with anything? What's ex-Tories being in a party got to do with anything? You can't be establishment because so a Tory patsy. I mean, taking Robert Jenrick and Suella Braverman on and Danny Cook. So if you want to know the number, it's 8 Conservative, no, 25 ex-Conservative MPs out of 650. And it's about 87 councillors out of 5,000. Yeah. It's quite small, tiny percentages, like less than 1%. Um, I would say that if the establishment turned around and said to a political party, you cannot have any parliamentary account committee seats, and then gave it a conservative held parliamentary accounts committee seat to a independent MP after rejecting a political party, I'd say that's a sign more of your alarm with the establishment than anything about being an ex-conservative. Also, Restore have recruited 3 or 4 ex-Conservative councillors and a lot of ex-Reform/ex-Conservative councillors. So yeah, your argument doesn't hold up. You either know about your political party or you don't. I probably know more about Restore than most people that support it, and that's not being big-headed. That's just because of what I do for a living. So yeah, the Restore have recruited ex-Conservative councillors, by the way, and they've also come out and declared that they wouldn't recruit any Tory MPs. We'll see, because you ain't running a government unless you do. My opinion as to why reform are going so well, we have the far left who we see on the streets, yeah. You have the far right who you see on the streets. They all shout very loud so everyone assumes they are that, yeah. And then you have real majority, those that don't want to shout and brawl or abuse. All they want is safe seats, low tax, decent, yeah. Yeah, politics, mate. Politics, but real politics. Actual politics. Well done, Gary. That's exactly it, mate. Actually, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, Chris. I'm not trying to pull the wool over people's eyes, just point the facts out. Like, if you want to sit there calling Farage out for one thing, then accept what you're going to get one back for no, because there's equally as much. You cannot condemn one without the other. Simple as that. And if you want to fanfare someone, fine, but do it with facts. Because I will come back at you, and it's undeniable. I haven't gone out my way to ever attack them or anyone that supports Restore or even Low independently, to be perfectly honest. But it's when people start making bullshit up that I'll just say, fine, if that's what you're saying, then fucking look at this. And most people can't come back and say anything because it's fucking obvious. But yeah, yeah, mate, that's really well said what you put there. Yeah, spot on, mate. That's politics. That's politics. You have the real majority who don't want to shout and brawl or abuse. They just want safe streets, low taxes, decent services, good educate, yeah, and to do right by themselves and their family. Those who still trust that voting will change things. If these people that feel forgotten, yeah, yeah, mate, yeah. Independence, I always think, like, especially in the lower, I've always maintained this, that this is the thing, right, is people have to understand what they're voting for. So, I had a bit of a debate yesterday with my brother about this because I think he knew the council elections were on, but he didn't realise what election it was. So he's not I wouldn't say he's a liberal, but he doesn't like what I support, put it that way. That's all I'll say. He's against it. But I was putting arguments to him yesterday where he was like saying he was gonna vote for a local candidate for our local town, and I'm like, "How are you gonna do that, mate? It's a county council election." I was like, "This is the lot that sit in Ipswich." He's like, and he kind of backtracked on it a little bit because he's so anti-reform, but he's also not really pro anything else. He's one of those that thinks there's not really some I mean, to be perfectly honest, reform don't really there's not a political party out there that represents anyone's true beliefs. It's simply not possible. Because you're always gonna get a political leaning. And for me, at the minute, what we've got is right aligned reform, left aligned, uh, green. I think they're hard left. Left aligned Greens, right aligned Reform, and then a whole bunch of centrism in Labour, Tories, Lib Dems. And I wouldn't say I'm a fully, like, definitely not far right, but I wouldn't say I'm even full right wing. I'd actually say I'm probably a bit, I've said this earlier, I'm a bit balanced, I think, in my political view. I have, sorry, it's rubbish. You can't run a government without taking in the people from a failed government, and I don't have any issues with it. I don't like understand the way around that, man. So essentially what you're saying, right, is if I was to hand you an engineering company tomorrow, you'd be able to walk in there with a bunch of people that had no idea what they were talking about and run that perfectly. You wouldn't. It's basic business 101. Business 101. This country is the biggest business ever. You're not talking about like an engineering department and a HR department. You're talking about military, education, science, local councils, international politics. Do you think you can walk into government without anyone with experience and run a country, not a fucking sweet shop, a country without people that know what they're doing and how to interact with the 2 million people that work in government? I think you're living in a little bit of a fantasy land. Because I think if I handed you a £1 billion a year engineering company tomorrow and said, "Off you go, recruit everyone you need to keep that successful," without any experience, it would fail within a month. And we have got political history of this happening. Labour are go back and do your political history, go and learn something. 1923, yeah, Labour come into power, 1923, 24, brand new political party, 20 years in the making, bit like Reform, exactly the same kind of time frame. You got two political opponents been running the country for 200 years straight. Then Labour come in and usurp one of them, which was the Liberal Party at the time. Guess how long they lasted? 9 months. No experience. 9 months. They were booted out in a vote of no confidence. You think you're walking into government and running the country without taking people that know how the cogs work? Good luck. Good luck. Farmers and builders don't walk into politics and start running countries, I'm afraid. As much as I would like it to be that way, that is very much my belief. I would love it if we had working class people running the country. You can have them stand as junior MPs, they can sit as backbenchers, they can represent a constituency, but you need 30 fucking people in that cabinet that know what they're doing, because you will get made to look an absolute mug by the EU, the WEF, and the bigger international community if you don't. And I think people very quickly forget that it ain't just about England here. We're talking on an international scale at that level. That's like top tier politics. And I don't care how much you chirp online. I don't care how many slogans you put out on your X. When you've only got 2 years' experience as a politician and you're not prepared to take on anyone, or you've claimed you're not going to take on anyone with parliamentary experience of running a country, I think you're living in a dream world. Essex County, have they? Has that come in? They've got Essex. Sorry, I was just trying to listen to this. Yes, exactly, Louise. Thank you. We have got a bunch of manufactured politicians sitting in that parliament that have basically been taught politics by education, and they have no real world experience. What we need is people who've got a combination of that experience and who understand the workings of government. And Farage made it quite clear that he would try and recruit his cabinet. Um, and I looked into this. I don't know if they can actually do it legally, but they could probably change the law around it if they got in. But they'd need the cabinet to do it to change it. Is he'd said that he wanted to recruit like an education secretary, defense secretary, et cetera, out of experience. So I think what reform will do is try and get people into seats with them in mind for a cabinet with business experience. But you still need the likes of Braverman, Jenrick, Kruger, Anderson. You've already got the experience that they're picking up in Parliament now, the 8 of them, and the ones that they've recruited in the background. You need them to understand the working cogs of Westminster and then the wider government and the blob, Foreign Office, Home Office, the think tanks, the NGOs, the regulators, Ofcom, Ofwat, Ofgem. You don't walk into that and start running that without. I mean, we're talking like there are 2 million people. I've said this earlier. 2 million people work for government. So those 27 top cabinet ministers are basically running those people. So you're in charge of these 2 million people and the wider narrative of government. And I said in 2022, when I first started on social media, I believed reform would need to recruit at least 20. If they were to get in with, say, a 350 seat majority, 20% of them would need to be not establishment necessarily, but ex. Because this is the thing, you just because you're an ex Tory doesn't mean you're establishment. Like, establishment for me are people like Starmer, Sunak, Rayner, Reeves, people who've been manufactured through the NEC, people who've been manufactured through the 1922 committee. Establishment MPs for me are not people that were locally elected, who are backbenchers, who have gained experience in Parliament. The manufactured lot and the establishment are the ones who sit in the top seats. And there are 27, most people don't know this, 27 cabinet positions, 42 Secretary of State positions, and there's about 110 ministerial positions, I want to say. So out of your 400 people that get elected, you then need people that understand how to run these departments and then how to interact. And for reform going in there, they would be going in with the establishment like firmly against them. So you need people that have got those connections to tie everything up. Sam's been brilliant. I like Sam. I've spoke to Sam many times. He's a good guy. Why am I not a counsellor? Well, here's the funny thing. I actually applied to be a counsellor for reform and they rejected me. I think it was based on my social media because oddly enough, these are what people say. I do criticize them from time to time, but I don't think I like it. I support them, but I also criticize them. I don't think I like it. I think I'm one of those people they know they can't control and I'll call it out for what it is. And if I see something shit, I'll call it out. But yeah, so yeah, and you need a party really to get elected. You need the backing of a party to get elected. I could go as an independent. I did think about it, going as an independent, maybe in a district in West Suffolk, but I think I do. It would take out time out of what I do here, and I think I'd do a better job doing this. And I enjoy this. I enjoy doing this. Exactly, Dave. You have to have, and it's not you need to overload your entire party with them, but you need a percentage of people that understand the workings of government. And I like I really like Danny Kruger. I like Danny Kruger a lot. He's kind of one of those he's very quiet, isn't he? You know, he's not out and about, he's not a face, doesn't wanna be in the spotlight, does he? He's very good. I like Danny Kruger. I've got a lot of time for him. I think he's a very good MP and very clever, very experienced as well. He's a good guy. Prediction for the Senate? I really don't know, Ben. I feel a bit bad about this because obviously I'm English and focus mainly on Westminster. I don't pay that much attention to it. Obviously, I do look at it, but there are far more experienced people with Wales than me that could probably make better comments on it. But I personally think, just from what the bits I have looked at, they've been run by Labour for a long period of time, haven't they? More than 50 years. I don't think it's particularly well run, is it? And I think there's been corruption allegations around there before. There's debt, a mountain of debt there, typical what you would get from Labour. I think they could do with a change. I think they need something completely different. Um, yeah, cheers, Sig. I think so as well. I'd rather be sat outside it because the one thing I've always said is, like I criticise the Tories when they're in power, criticise Labour when they're in power, and believe me, people might not want to hear this, but if Reform get into power and start going back on what they say, I'll be the first to call it out. I'll be like, "You fucking told us this, and you're not doing what you said you were going to do." But I am also not naive enough to think they're going to go in and click their fingers and everything's going to change overnight. I'm prepared and will accept that there's going to be a 5-year time frame on this, minimum to 5-year time frame. I think we can see some little wins and they can do some things that can make some quick changes. But I think the bigger picture, it's going to take a lot of time. You ain't unwinding 40 years of despite. And this is the other thing. Some parties out there and people who turn around saying, "Well, yeah, we'll just repeal this, repeal that." It doesn't fucking work like that. And if you understood anything about Parliament, you wouldn't even be telling people that, unless they're just telling people what they want to hear, which is what it sounds like to me. Because once you actually look into it and dig into it, you don't just walk into Parliament and repeal stuff. There is a process. It takes time. There's laws, rules, regulations that have to be abided by. Otherwise, we just descend into a fucking a society of chaos, don't we? Yeah, exactly, Eric. And that's always been my thing. I'll never tell anyone you should vote this, you should vote that. But I think I've ever advised people is if you can see how the country's been run, there are only two people you can actively say have been responsible for that. That's the people that have run this country for the last 100 years. And if you think anyone else is to blame but them, then I'm sorry to tell you, but you clearly don't understand how this country works at all. And it doesn't matter what Farage says or what fuss he pointed at or what comment he made in what year. It's all on this lot down here, these. And that's being reflected in this vote now because they've failed the public. They've they've absolutely failed the public. Reform winning councils with a bigger turnout of voting than what Labour got in number 10 with. Yeah. lost control, Labour, of 9 councils after 2 years of national governance. That that this is the thing. This gets to a point where the deniers and the blinkered Labour voters have to wake up and smell the coffee. They have to wake up to reality. They have piss poorly run this country. They're an utter shambles, and they need to be gone. They made promises they haven't kept. They've 180'd on everything they've tried to do. They're a joke. Right, guys, I'm gonna go and get a drink again, go for a wee. Oh, listen, I've actually done half an hour longer than I did last night. Christ, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, yeah, I said this earlier, Anna. All I want is people to come in and be honest. I can take brutal honesty, I don't care, because I try and dish it out. Some people say they want the truth and they don't like the truth. They really don't. Most people don't actually like the truth. It's a statistical fact. Most people don't actually like hearing the truth. More people wanna hear what they wanna hear than hear the truth. But I want them to be a party that comes out and says, "Right, we've got into parliament, the ECHR and Labour have done this, 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 this. This is the red flags that are in place. This is what it's gonna cost us. This is the clapback we're getting from lawyers and institutions. This is how difficult they're making it for us to do it." And if they come out and do things like that, I think that will be a breath of fresh air to most people, where they then can't leave it on the table to say they're just making excuses, where they can turn around and say, "Right, this is how it's working. This is what" have they won Essex? Have they generally won Essex? Nice. 1 down, 2 to go in East Anglia. It's gonna be turquoise bubble. My bubble is gonna go turquoise. Reform Gate Essex, yeah, I just see it pop up. Wow, that's 3 councils they've took now. Labour have lost 9, Tories 2, Lib Dems have gained 2, Greens no change. Independents +6. That's interesting. The turquoise tsunami. Right, I'm going to toilet, I'm gonna get a drink, I'll be back in a second. Oh, I hope Gavin Callaghan has lost his bloody seat in Essex. That bloke's a twat. I'm just listening to Sam Jornay talking about Essex on Facebook. Gone to the loo. Yeah, went to the loo and to get myself another drink. Yeah, Essex gone. Essex is turquoise. One down, two to go for East Anglia. 25-year reign, and they're going to have a 21-year reign end in Suffolk as well. I think. I think we're going to see Suffolk go later. My turf. It is. Honestly, guys, we are watching. We are all part of political history here. Like we'll look back at this, and this is going to be a big turning point in politics. People have to be yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think that's the thing, I think, Louise, is a lot of people are, a lot of people are desperate for change, but they have to be realistic and have to have lower expectations of what reform can actually do. It's gonna take time, time, always time. And another big one was that the Tories took Westminster off of Labour. That's a fucking slap in the face, that is. That's a big slap in the face. It is, it is, it is. Yeah, Suffolk will go, Scott. Suffolk will go. They're do you know that Suffolk's 730 do you know that in Suffolk, in our council tax, right, we pay something like I think it's similar to what, Louise said up there, that they're paying 51 grand a day. Ours is worse, Louise. I think we pay like 75,000 pound a day interest on the debt that the Conservatives have caused in Suffolk. It's scandalous. Scandalous. I am. I think reform and Essex go, like, hand in hand. I like I've spoken to Sam many times. Sam's a really good guy, and he's one who specifically was treated like absolute shit by the establishment when he got elected there. Absolute shit. They are awful people in there. Horrible people. Starmer sitting there earlier saying good people have lost their positions. There's some awful people inside their setup. Not nice people at all. Horrible little people. Horrible little dictators. And we all know them. You always know these horrible managerial people, you know. We've all experienced them, haven't we? You know exactly what I'm talking about. No, Kev, this is the problem because this is local. The thing is, mate, is what it does is it sends like a massive shockwave to the establishment. Um, yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, this doesn't get them out of actual government, but it's a big stepping stone to it. It's like Reform have been dinking along in their little boat beside the big ship, and now they've put a fucking couple of cannonballs straight through the side of it, and it's just time before more and more go in, and that ship sinks. My banner, is it off? Is it? Oh, there we go, 423. Still the Greens. The Greens, that surprised me a little bit. I thought they would be like doing more than that. I thought they would be getting but this is the thing, this is the online activism thing that you see. They're all noisy online, but then when it comes to actual boots on the ground, when it comes to actual people putting in votes in, people don't like radical extremists. Oh, it's a massive step, Alfie. It's a huge step. I don't think people understand the significance of this step. I was explaining it last night. So Reform actually did something in political, like never done in political history. They got 5 MPs elected in 2024 without holding. They had councillors that were elected, very minor amount of them, but they didn't hold any councils. So that was, but obviously they had like 8 years to build for this. And I think it was because of the capitulation of the Tories, and they did it, they put MPs up at the right time where they got those 5 MPs into parliament, and that was unheard of. And off the back of that, then in 2025, they obviously took over the 10 councils, which then bolstered their position. And what it does and what it did is sent a message to not just the establishment, but to British business, to Lloyds, to JCB, to Heathrow Airport, to institutions inside the UK that these are becoming a credible party now. We might want to start paying attention. And they did. And then they start getting investment off of those British organizations. They start receiving donations from legitimate organizations. And now this will exponentially raise that up because people will now say, well, now they're not just a fringe party, they're a real political force, real political force. Um, and it's just going to make that better. It will improve that even more. You'll get more investment, more businesses wanting to align with their policy because ultimately it will make them better off. And no one's got anyone to say but Labour themselves to blame themselves for the way they've just utterly shit on British business. And unfortunately, what Labour haven't realised is British business is the backbone of this country. And if there's a party saying they advocate for them and will do things to remove things like IR35, to lower business rates and taxes, which predominantly favours small and medium businesses before it ever does corporate, because corporation taxes are complete and wealth taxes are a different thing. It helps working class people. And I think people don't understand that when you talk about British business, it's not it's not always about JCB and Heathrow Airport. It's about the landscaper who's got a couple of apprentices. It's about the bakery that employ a couple of staff on the high street. It's the flower shop. It's the people that the entrepreneurs that have been utterly shit on by this Labour government who turn around saying, "Fuck you, we've had enough. We've had enough." And then at least if you can get a government in, like I said, there's got to be a little bit of lower expectation from people and a bit of reality to allow them the time to balance up the books somewhat. They're never going to balance them instantly; it's impossible. But to at least start balancing the books up, that's going to take years, and give them the opportunity to start giving people something back. It ain't going to happen overnight. Yeah, I think it will, Eric. Yeah, I think it's going to be electric. Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what happens in London and Wales. We've still got Wales, Scotland. Wales is gonna be the big one. Wales is gonna be the big one. I think Wales is gonna cause a bit of a shock and an upset. That's the one. I think Wales is the one that's gonna lose him his job. Wales will be the one that gets him kicked out. Oh, yeah, I've said the same, Alfie, and I've I got a little bit angry with some of the Restore lot that were in here earlier. Maybe they still are. Because they're just making claims that ain't gonna happen. Like, I think people are now seeing the kind of scale politics is at, what you need. This is 8 years in the making for reform. This didn't happen overnight. 8 years of building from 2018 with the Brexit Party all the way up to now. Um, this is not like, and gaining a few people online and 140,000 membership in a week is meaningless. Because if you look at the Greens activism, you'd think that the Greens were gonna be this massive thing, and look where that's gone. Nowhere yet. They've 55, 30 seat gain, nothing. Reform are a 421 seat gain. Reform have never been in power, so they may flounder a bit. Yeah. Bit like Trump 2016. What do they think about voting Reform this time round and then vote Restore next time? But Restore won't have a credible government. What do you mean for the general election? So 2029, Kevin, Reform and then Restore. You'd only vote for another political party if Reform were doing a bad job, wouldn't you? And Reform haven't been given the opportunity to do a good or bad job yet. Until they have, you can't make any distinction on what they will and won't do. Just hearsay and opinion. I think they'll do a good job. I think they've got the infrastructure in place, a proper credible machine with the people in place to start building something and making some real change. Whether they do, that's that's the golden chest at the end of the rainbow, isn't it? Do the local elections results usually link to the general election results? Yes. Not link directly. So so what local elections do, what these local elections are doing is Reform will, after this is all finished, yeah, Reform will take all this data, and so will every other political. They'll take all the data that they've acquired from this and see where they won big, where they maybe lost out by a percentage or two, which happened in one constituency where Labour kept their control of their council by one fucking vote, and Reform gained like 28% and Labour got like 28.1%. Labour dropped by 10%. So what they'll do is they'll take all this data, which is why I think Restore have made a criminal error in the fact that if they had people vetted, that they didn't just put names on a sheet. It doesn't matter if you can go door to door and put leaflets through. You put a name there so someone can put an X in the box. And what it does is highlight to you where your support is. Actual support, not your made up polls on your Facebook page, actual support, real boots on the ground stuff. That's what Reform are now doing. Reform have been doing it since last year. They're now going to do it through this. So they will now paint a picture of where they've won big and probably don't need to focus so much money and time, because they'll now use those councils and the people inside the councils to keep influencing that system. So then what they'll do is channel their donations and money into the areas where there's maybe a tipping point, and then they'll use paper candidates in areas where they know they can't win. There were some areas that were like Reform got 2% vote, Conservatives 0.6, and the Greens got like 40% vote. Those stats have already come up. So Reform wouldn't go and pump a bunch of money into that constituency because it's a complete loss. So that's what paper candidates are for. You put a name on a sheet in that constituency, and then what happens is the next time. So I don't know if you saw it, but if you go onto Politics UK on X, they're publishing all the statistics as they come in. So in a place where Reform got 0.6% or 6% or whatever, what they'll do is compare that in another election next time to see if they've gained any ground and where they can then invest their time to, because you can't just go out and put £1 million into all 650 constituencies at the cost of almost £750 million and think you're going to win seats. You concentrate your your election campaign funding into the places that are kind of swing seats, and you don't concentrate as much money in places you know you're a banker. So if they go and take the entirety of Suffolk County Council, the entirety of Norfolk, the entirety of Essex, you're talking about 150 constituencies there in an election where they now have got very good data about where they can focus their campaigning and the kind of people they might want to put in the constituencies. And they start using local authority and county councils as markers to, it's just business strategy, to use markers as to where their vote is strong, where their vote is weak, what the sentiment is, because they'll get that through the council. So it's massive. People don't realize how big local elections are. And especially, which is why the two-party system existed for so long, and the Liberal Democrats kind of pop up in Parliament with 70 or 80 seats. Like and it was a direct show of it was in 2024, where the Lib Dems got like 79 seats with 3.9 million votes. Well, 4.1 million votes went to Reform and they got 5. That's a direct result of their control of councils and Libs Dems focusing their vote in constituencies they know they can win. That's how you retain seats. So you need that data, you need that infrastructure, you need the money to then fund the campaigning in the places you can swing a seat over. Labour 5th with 199. Green's up 30. Yeah, but it's only up 30, Mitch. It's only up 30. So yeah, it's bigger than people think. You've got 20,000 councillors across the country, 317 councils. I'm not quite sure on the number of mayors. I know there are 6 up for grabs now. Reform took some last year, and there are more mayor elections coming between now and 2028, plus London in 2028. So as you start gaining control of these things, you start getting a very bigger picture about voting intentions, demographics. You start using internal polling inside your councils to work out where you need to focus your vote, who the kind of people are in the area. So, predominantly in Suffolk, it's a very farmery, countrysidey area. So, reform will probably want to garner national policy around parliamentary candidates in Suffolk who stand for farming, who stand for agriculture, and you obtain that data set by getting people into these places. Have I got to update the banner again? Thanks for reminding me. Oh, that jumped 10 in one click. Well, Green's on 50. Green's up 33 now. I mean, Greens are up 33, Reform are up 431. Oh, here we go. Trotty's on. Oh, can Tories this, Tories that. Fuck off. Biker. They took Biker in Newcastle. Newcastle Green? Really? Seriously? Wow. That surprises me, to be honest. I'd never have put Newcastle as a green voting area. I might I might get my St James's sign off the wall. I'm a Newcastle supporter. Oh, that'll be a load of people leave the chat straight away. Biker. Is Ant Middleton still standing? Apparently, but as an independent, so nothing will come of that. You ain't winning London as an independent mayor. You need a party machine behind you. Because how you get like it's like Khan sits in London in the assembly, but he's got Labour London Assembly members that back him. You can't you can't really win the mayor of London as an independent. I was actually really I like Ant Middleton a lot. Again, I've spoke to Ant once at UTK, did an interview with him. Really like Ant. I love everything about him, his military background and the way he speaks. I don't really know what happened with reform because it just seemed like he wasn't any kind of scandal or it just seems like he moved away from reform, never really aligned with anything else, and just went on his own, which I found a little bit weird. Sky, this is Sky. Oh, Sky, sorry, Sky on the screen. Yeah. Well, they're at 440 now. Fucking hell, they are updating it quicker. Yeah, Sky are well ahead of it, aren't they? Th 33 paces for the detention centres. Oh, that caused some controversy, didn't it? Fucking hell. Honestly, though, guys, we are all sitting watching political history take place here. This is a absolute wrecking ball into the establishment. They're all sitting there smiley and smug. And this is all I keep saying, the Tories, "Oh, we know we failed. We know we failed. We know we didn't do right by the general public, but we're gonna change. We'll make things better." Get to get gone. Are they not updating the others as far? Are they not? Are they doing playing little games, are they? Yeah, I think as much as I can condemn the BBC sometimes, their election coverage is normally pretty good. That's BBC at the bottom, and then obviously Sky to the side. The bit like I don't want to sit don't forgot someone will clip that and be like, Bruce loves the BBC. Their election coverage is very good. They are a good institution when it comes to like covering politics. They're just very bad at they obviously have an agenda when it comes to other things that they like to put up over other things. Yeah, I think so. It's not, yeah, and it's not just me, Mitch. Other people have been championing this for a long time. But I think it is, and they're saying that voting intentions are up. They're saying that turnout is up. So it's all good that people are listening. And finally, and this is what will, I think this is what will, can I confirm Biker? Not really, because it'll, like, literally, if you look at the sky screen there, they're kind of updating there. Um, we're sort of, this is the other thing is obviously Sky are showing the NOC means no overall control. So while the BBC is showing independence in the pink, Sky are showing their grey. The independence on Sky, what you think is independent grey, isn't. It's actually the no overall control councils. So you've actually got 7 councils with no overall control, which means there's a tie between either the Greens and Labour or Reform and Labour or Reform and the Tories. So you've got 53 councils at the minute with no overall or 53 independent seats but a bunch of councils have got no overall control. Oh, they're absolutely in denial, Poppy, 100% in denial. No, I didn't. No, 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 no. Don't mix my words, Mitch. I never said they were a good establishment. What I said is they do good political coverage. Difference. I didn't say they were a good institution. That's for sure. Fraudulent slip. Yeah, yeah. Go back on what I said. I didn't say they were a good establishment. I said they were good at political coverage. They're good at political coverage. These election coverage. But to be fair, I think what I meant by that is like they're updating. Their updating is quite good, and their statistics and data are quite good. But their commentary is not. They were still saying words like far right last night. Oh, people are going to the far right. Labour have forced people to go to the far right. The Conservatives are for, and they're just using this far right over and over again. Drug cafes in Hackney, Kim, probably. Unfortunately, they are still bound by actual national law, so the Greens ain't going to be able to do that quite yet. But that's the thing is, I do advocate for if your party's taking a council, they should be able to implement their rules there. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see county rules. So if you vote a party in that advocates predominantly for what you believe in, they should be able to run it how they see fit. So yeah, we'd see all the druggies descend on Hackney for their open drug policy and watch it turn into a complete shithole, which is what would happen. It is late. It is late. Well, it's just it's establishment propaganda more than anything, mate. And it's funny because this is where people keep making this assumption that Farage is the establishment, yet every single establishment tool has done nothing but attack Reform UK all day today, all day yesterday, and ever since they've been in Parliament. You don't sit there constantly attacking the thing that apparently you're aligned with. Oddly enough, there's something they don't attack the establishment, which popped up a few months ago. Never lay a finger on them. Wonder why that is. The evidence becomes a little bit overwhelming in these things. Coming to 60, but remember, it's only a 33 seat gain. So it's 33 gain. It's not, so they already actually had 62 now. 62 now, Connor. But we're going to go for a spell of this. There's going to be certain areas in the country that are going to be green and they're going to start picking up. But for me, it's just about those Libs, Conservatives, and Labour. Look at Labour now, minus 282. Lib Dems have pulled up. Lib Dems are starting to pull a little bit back here now. They're the ones to look out for. That's where a lot of the fence vote will go. The fence sitters, Liberal Democrat, still propping up the establishment machine, but not the Tory Labour uniparty system. You prefer zero, mate. Fair play. Yeah, fair play. It's only it's 62 out of 20,000. I mean, it will go up, but I don't think they'll do. Maybe the Greens finish up around 500-600. That's going to scare you, Connor, isn't it? But then I think reform will be more like 2,000-3,000. So listen to him. People are very impatient for change. No, you've had 2 years and you've improved absolutely nothing. Can anyone name anything Labour have done that has actually made you in any way, shape, or form better off? Cheaper car insurance, lower national insurance tax, VAT, fuel, energy, cost of living, shopping, water, anything. One thing Labour have done, bus pass, taxi fares, anything Labour have done to influence anyone being any better off. Not a thing. Not a thing. Lib Dems have held Orkney Island. Labour have held Manchester. What is it with cities voting for these establishment parties, honestly? Exactly, Ben. Nothing. Not a single thing. And I'd love to see someone come in who's a Labour supporter and say, "Well, actually, yeah, I can't think of a single thing that has improved in 2 years for me based on this Labour government. Not one. Not one. I think my chance of my pension, of me getting my pension in 20 years' time, is diminishing year by year. I think anyone under the age of 30, that's out the fucking window for them, full stop. I don't think anyone under the age of 30 will get a state pension now. I don't think it's worth investing or saving money. There's no improvements on interest rates. There's no improvement on GDP. There's no improvement on a reduction of national debt. There's no improvement on institutions and how they do things. There's no change in policy for anything. It's all just a continuation of the same shit we've had for the last 30 years. Oh, yes, actually, one statistic they have improved is how many migrants come into this country. Yes, that was a major improvement on the Conservatives, weren't it? They certainly ramped that number up, didn't they? Let me get X up a minute because Politics UK were bringing but there's so many, mate, there's so many coming in. You got, like, hundreds and hundreds of seats and trying to I can't actually do that on there. Where can I do this? Which tab? Keir says he's not going to walk away. It's nuts, isn't it? It's nuts, isn't it? The scandals, the Mandelson thing. I mean, the Mandelson thing should have been enough in itself. To be fair, the 17, 18 U-turns should have been enough. The Mandelson thing should have this is if he stays in after this, this is 100% the establishment pushing their agenda through. I do not see how he can retain that seat. I don't see how he can retain being prime minister. Yeah, yeah. Do you see the reel I did on that yesterday? We're capping bus fares at £3. They were £2 last year. They were £2. What do you mean you're capping bus fares at £3? You've put them up by a quid then, you fucking idiots. And they're running around in their campaign material like it's some win-win for everyone. You've increased them by a pound and capped them at £3. Well done. Great, great. So you've basically done nothing. If they'd have turned around and said we're going to keep it at £2 would have been better. But this is how they try and sell it, isn't it? We've capped it at £3 by increasing it by a pound. What the fuck is that? Oh, to be fair, Rich, you're not wrong, mate. And very much the saying, "It's better the devil you know," comes into play because, yeah, I do have a little bit of a thing, not a thing with Burnham, but I think he's a little bit more normal than Starmer is. He's a bit more working class than, I mean, Starmer's a fucking lawyer, any at the end of the day. Um, Rayner, again, I think any working class she had in her was drummed out of her years ago. She's just a unionist. But then again, so's Burnham, and I don't think that's any good thing anymore. Oh, really, Lisa? Blackburn, nice. Yeah, so don't forget the Rent Boys. Cad, brilliant. What are thoughts on Starmer staying? He's not. Yeah, I don't know how he can keep his position. I don't understand how he can keep his position. I must have missed that one, Ryan. What did they give people to cover the diesel increase? Or did they just give it to people on benefits? Because I didn't get anything as a working person who pays taxes, which ultimately means us taxpayers will have to pay that back. That's just more debt. That's what you have to look at with these things, mate. We're paying for when the Tories gave everyone out the winter fuel stuff, we're now paying for that. Why our taxes went up is to pay for that. So every time they give a little handout, we're going to pay for it. And it will always be the handout will go to the people that don't pay tax, and it'll be the people that do pay tax that are the one paying for it. Me and you. Yeah, at least, yeah, this is what I don't get about Starmer. Like it's just like he won't go, will he? It's getting into dictatorship now, isn't it? It's total dictatorship. They three whipped their MPs in that last vote, where he's basically now not been investigated, or the internal commons thing weren't going to happen. Whipped his MPs into that. Don't give him ideas. The bus fare increase, yeah. Well, it's an increase, isn't it? £2 to £3, and they sold it as though they'd capped it. Oh, are we updating fast enough? I don't think we are. 4:30. Sky are on 463, BBC are on 439. Jesus. I wonder if they're counting these a little bit different. Seats and councils, so as a I've done this so many times today. So, first up, Martin, there are very different councils. So you have county council, district council, boroughs, wards, and parishes. So they're all boroughs, sort of, but they're more metropolitan. So boroughs are metropolitan city, so Manchester, London, etc., etc. And district, county, ward, and parish are all like Suffolk, for example. So at the minute, Suffolk County Council are holding their elections. That's a single authority vote. So it means every single council seat is up for grabs, all 57 seats. So that's been held by the Conservatives for 21 years. There are a few Labour in there, a few Lib Dems, a few Greens, but predominantly held by the Conservatives, which will probably flip totally to Reform UK. Not all the seats, because they'll still retain some seats, but the majority will be Reform UK. Then you truncate down from Suffolk as a county council, which is the election we're having. Next year or the year after, we may then have district council elections. So you then get West Suffolk, East Suffolk, North and South Suffolk. And inside those councils, you'll then have another 30, 40, 50 people who hold the seats. And they'll then have individual district council elections for those. So you then get control elements inside that. So you could then have Reform running a county council, then they could have majority of the district councils, which very rarely happens, that someone would get full control of an entire area. And then you go down to parishes and wards. But the wards are effectively what elect the councillors. So in those quartered out councils, let's call it. The Suffolk County Council at the top, district council is in between the 4 election periods. Inside that council, you then have wards, which is where you would vote for maybe 2 or 3 candidates in your area, and they would then all be combined to fill those 50 odd seats in the district council. It's very complicated. And then to make it even worse, what sometimes happens is in certain county council elections, you get uh, one shot elections, two shot, and three shot. It's got a different terminology, but essentially what it means is Suffolk County Council, where I vote, they do it once every 4 years, the entire council. Yeah. You might get another area that does the election over a 2 year period, half and half. Then you get other councils that do the elections over 3 years, third, and third. So then, so you've got some places now that are getting major Reform UK gains, taking away Labour control and Conservative control, but they can't win the council because they don't get the election till next year to challenge the other 22 seats. Then in the third ones, the 3 year ones, same problem. You could have, so for example, I did this example earlier. Let's say Labour won 60 seats in an election. Then the election cycle goes around 4 years. So you miss a year, it goes round again, and you get to the first year. So when that first year comes around, 20 of them seats go back up for election. So if Reform took all 20, Labour have a 40 seat control, Reform have 20 now. Then the next year comes around, they do them again with the next 20 seats. So Reform then win another 20 seats, Labour lose 20, Reform now gain control of the council. And then the third year, the next set of seats are done. And then in the 2 year ones, same thing. Half the seats go up 1 year, half the seats the next year. And then in a 1 year vote, it's the whole council in one hit. They then retain the council for 4 years till the next vote. So it can be complicated. So in some areas where they're in the thirds, you can have an election 1 year, then the next, then a break, then you re-elect again. So you can actually, inside a 5 year period, vote twice in the term of a general election, which runs on 5 year period. It can be confusing. So if you're in those kind of areas, you'll vote 3 times in a 5 year period to elect people in your area. And this is why a lot of people miss it because people aren't in tune with this. And if I'm turning around online and saying, right, I've got my council elections now, someone else could be sitting in let's say let's use Blackburn as an example. Say Blackburn are split east and west. You could have Blackburn West doing their elections one year and Blackburn East doing their elections the next year. So that means that you can have someone in Blackburn saying, "I'm going to go and vote in my election," and then someone sitting the other side of Blackburn saying, "Well, I haven't. I'm not allowed. I can't vote. There's no voting for me." It's so bad. The system's so bad. But as I explained earlier, it's done for a very specific reason. Because if you ever remember the terminology, or it's still the terminology of red wall and blue wall, well, essentially what you had was back in the day when we used to have like lower class, middle class, upper class. Tories were always middle class, upper class, and Labour were always the working class. So you had a red wall, and the red wall predominantly would have been mostly north of the middle of England. Blue wall would have been south, and what would happen is that's where you then get what you call safe seats. So because the election cycles run every 3 years, it would benefit someone like the Conservatives in a southern county because if there was a big capitulation against them in the first year, it gives them time to garner them votes back for the second year and try and so that's why you kind of call it a safe seat because they consistently hold that council and maintain control, which then gives them effectively a national safe seat because they know their voter base is there. So usually those 3 year ones might be in, and it might be swing ones, but they're kind of heavily focused one way. But a swing one would be more where you've got a split between Labour and the Tories, like a close split between Labour and the Tories. That would then dictate a swing seat national level because the voter base is kind of split 50-50. But now what you've got is reform coming into the mix, basically smashing the crap out of the two-party system, and it's going to throw everything up in the air. It's really complicated. So at any given time, depending on where you live, you could technically be voting every year. If you've got a mayor, council election, a district council election, and a mayor, district council, and county council, and then a general election, you could vote 4 times in a 5 year period to alter who gets in your area. It's so complex, isn't it? It's really hard. And it makes it even worse if you move house. Because if you live in Suffolk, like now I voted yesterday and I won't vote again for another 4 years. I might vote next year for West Suffolk. So next year we might have the district council elections or the year after where I'll then vote for West Suffolk, which is then the council offices in Bury. But this time we're voting for the county council, which is the bridge between parliament and local. So the county council elections are really important. They're like your training MPs ground. That's where you're putting people in at a higher level of local elections, just below governmental national standing. And that's kind of where your training ground is for your MPs, your future MPs. So it's really important, especially for reform. And this is why you see Labour, the Conservatives, and Liberals always do well at a national level because they have largely controlled most of these bigger county councils. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to everyone. You finally brought my book. Well done. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. I did put the link to my book up earlier. I know it's probably in the chat somewhere. Oh yeah, I try and explain it in the book. And wider parliament and the bigger establishment and everything. But obviously, I wrote the book on it. But yeah, it's complex, and then you get all these stats and statistics. But effectively, the way you have to look at this is every single vote you get an opportunity to vote in is your voice. Um, it's no denying it. This is proving it today that this is people's voice. Um, always has been. And you have to use your vote wherever you can. You have to keep up to speed with when your elections are taking place. Is it 200,000 now, Lisa? That was gonna be a matter of time, weren't it? Shocking, isn't it? Shocking. See, this is the funny one that they're talking about. Orkney Island is the reform gain there of like 8.2%. They've come out of absolutely nowhere for an 8.2% gain, which is better than anybody else. Yeah, look, Dundee, look, they've got yeah, Scottish National Scott really? People still voting SNP? I never understand Scotland with that. They're bloody awful. Look at that shift. Reform gains again in Scotland. And this is the first round. Like next year, if they have other elections in Scotland, that could shift that. Yeah, it's all very technical and data-y, this. People would be surprised how much data and information political parties are getting off of this stuff. It's gold. It's like gold to them because they know exactly where to focus their money, exactly where to focus their campaigns, exactly who is and isn't voting for them, the kind of demographics that are voting in that area. Even if it so like even if it becomes a Tory area, Reform are then like, right, that's a place we can attack because that we can disrupt that vote. Greens, and if it's a predominant green area, a bit harder. So then Reform probably wouldn't focus any of their money in that area. Labour has conceded in Wales? No. Have they really? Wow, really? I'm gonna try and get that up. So that means the count's happened and they've already lost. The count's hap I'll bet the count's not finished and they've already lost. Welsh Labour all but admits defeat in 2026 Senate election. Yeah, just in it. So yeah, I would imagine the count's going on. It's already overwhelmingly gone one way or another. Looks like Clyde maybe are going to be the one to try and stop reform, but it looks like yeah, they're still saying reform could be the ones that take it. This is Wales Online I'm looking at now. Yeah, Labour have had 100 years there, and they've wow. That's I mean, to me, that's just ridiculous to give a political party a 100-year rule in an area, like singular, like a 100-year rule with no shift. So effectively, every single problem there is in Wales, 100% Labour's fault. The unions are coming. Yeah, I didn't think that. That for me will be the yeah. That was always going to be the thing, and the thing is, it will be their donors as well. They'll be donors. They'll be there because I know they're bleeding a lot of donors. Because the thing is this is what people don't understand, right? How important this is. The prestige of your party dictates who in the country is going to donate money to you. So if you're a sinking ship, people are going to start jumping ship, and they'll start shifting to the next political party to try and get their influence on. And this is where you have to be realistic about influence and money because you're always going to get these institutions and organizations are going to donate to political parties, and there's always going to be a little, like, not that they can say it, but kind of like a oh yeah, we're a massive engineering firm, like a real big British engineering firm. We'll donate 5 million quid to your political campaign. Wink, wink. Try and do something for industry, our industry. That's how it happens. So when a political party receives a big donation from an institution embedded in a sector, they'll generally try and shape. It's trying to shape policy. So what will happen with Labour is if the unions start backing away from them, which is, by the way, predominantly where they get their donations from. Labour got something like 58 million pounds in donations from Unite the Union or Unison, one of the two. There's a page I used to go to that has all this on there prior to the 2024 general election. So they're invested like, oh, excuse me, they're invested massive amounts of money into Labour. Any really any Alfie. There's not really any singular important area. It's just batter them as much as possible. Diminish their seat count as much as possible. But I think, yeah, like JBC, yeah, exactly, mate, like JCB for Reform. So obviously, when Reform gained MPs and gained the councils last year, that opened the door to bigger British institutions saying, "Actually, do you know what? We're gonna invest in this, and we're gonna this looks like a," and because Reform have been very pro construction, very pro apprenticeships, it makes sense that someone like JCB would invest in them. And then you'll get other ones. As they get bigger, you'll start to get other ones. You'll start to see organizations like Klaus, although they're German, but they operate inside the United Kingdom. You'll see organizations like Klaus if they start doing things for farmers, especially if they take Norfolk and Suffolk as councils, which I think will come up sooner or later. Yeah, I think we're going to see a big shift. If Reform take Suffolk, that seat count will jump by about 40 or 50 odd. And the same with Norwich, Norfolk. And then you're going to see another two go onto that list of three. Zach Polanski, two-party politics is dead and buried. Well, it is. He's not wrong in that. It is, but I mean, they're not doing as well as they might think. Look at where they are. Sky are definitely well ahead of the BBC, aren't they? With their counters. If you're a union member, you can, yeah, yeah, yeah. Donation to the government is made from your yeah. No, I think that's the wrong way around, Jackie. I think the opposite. I think you have to opt out of it. I think it automatically gets done. So I think if you join Unison, your money automatically, a portion of it gets donated to Labour unless you opt out. Yeah, Poppy, I was there last year. I saw it at Birmingham at the JCB. I spoke to some of the guys there, good guys. The JCB are fucking like institutionalized British organisation, aren't they? You can't knock JCB. Banner refresh, sorry, mate. Yeah, no change, no real change. 449 the BBC are at. We're up on top. We're at 486. Sky are at. Yeah, they're kind of showing in the percentages there how much this is diminishing their power in Parliament because even though the MPs are there, this will start to diminish their it does start to diminish their power in Parliament because they don't have because mate, put it this way, right? If Labour control a council and Labour are national government and they turn around and bring a policy out, say like HMOs, we want to put loads of HMOs around the country. Well, their Labour council are going to be all pro that, aren't they? So they're going to make that happen really easily. What happens when you've got countering, like especially in Reform's case, who are adamantly against this? Labour might turn around nationally and say, "We want you to do it," but then Reform can oppose it. They can turn around and say, "Nah, fuck you, we're not doing it." And they have been doing that. They did it in Kent. They basically turned around and said, "We're not accepting hotels anymore. We want them out of the hotels." And this is what will happen. This is what starts to happen is then local politics starts really hampering national. So this is why it's so important that Labour are losing so many of these seats because it really diminishes, even though they still hold seats in Parliament, it diminishes their power locally because they don't have the same hold on the on local level. Yeah, I thought that was the case that you had to opt out of them. You automatically get put into the pool unless you opt out of it. Oh god, yeah. I mean, I watched the Conservative, conference last year. Oh my god, what a dreary bunch of bullshit that was. And people have criticised Reform saying, "Oh, yeah, it's all fireworks and razzmatazz." Yeah, damn right it is, 'cause it's fun. It's, like, actually enjoyable. Music, laughter, dancing, having a pop at people, and talking a bit about politics in between. Like, it's just jovial. Who wants to go into a mindless room of drongos just sitting there going, "GDP is gonna be raised to 2.1%, and, our fiscal plan is" like, fuck off. No normal person gives a shit about that, do they? All they care about is at the end of the month, their energy bill's gone down by 20 quid, that they're now paying a little bit less council tax, or that they can walk outside the door and see that the swings have actually been painted in the park. No chance, Ben. You can say Rupert Lowe needs to happen. I can categorically tell you it absolutely won't. And this is exactly why. When I think a lot of people don't really understand what's happening here today. don't know if it's misguided about how politics works in this country, but Rupert Lowe ain't winning no general election in 2029. Not a fucking chance in hell. Not after this. It is though, like, I mean, who wants to sit and listen to Starmer? Oh my god, honestly. They've let ended the Lib Dem majority. Nice. Nice. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, BBC are taking their time to catch up here, aren't they? Sky are well ahead of them. Sky are well ahead of them. And this is I'm not even doing live Sky, this is like their YouTube, so this has probably got a delay on it as well. And BBC's is probably live. Sausage fingers. The Scottish Parliament, Reform 11%, Labour 18, Libs 25, and yeah, Scotland always seem to swing towards the Lib Dems and SNP, don't they? And Labour, they never really go right wing, do they? I said this earlier, it's very rare you see them go right wing in Scotland. Very rare. What it is about right wing that the Scottish don't like. Not that I'm saying conservative or right wing, centrism. It's like they'll dip into centrism, but they'll never tip across to right wing, will they? Let's can you listen to this lot, the establishment media? "Oh, let's not rush to condemn Starmer. Let's not rush." Behave. Reform are about to tip 500 and what's even better about it, Reform's 500 directly correlates to Labour and Tories minus 300 odd and 200 odd. So it's Reform are battering the establishment. If ever you wanted a message that Reform are not the establishment, this is it. Because they are battering them on both sides. Yeah, I said this, Patricia, when it comes to PMQs, which I think will get cancelled on Wednesday, FYI, I don't think they'll do PMQ, and I hope they do. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope they do, because I think all they're gonna do is all of them are just gonna waltz in there, just give it one of them. That's all they need to do, and you know Starmer's gonna be droning on. And then they'll try and attack reform like they always do, and I'm sure Davey will have something to say about Farage and how the far right are taking over the country. I can already tell you what the narrative is gonna be on Wednesday before it even happens. The far right have spoken in this country. It's disgusting. I can't believe. And the worst thing is they'll come out with all this shit while people are listening, and everyone's just gonna be like, "This, Ed and Kia, is exactly why we are voting for them, because you keep mocking us and labeling us things that we are not." Yeah, they are so pissed off, and they're just making excuse after excuse after excuse. What's Keir Starmer's, popularity rating now? It's worse than Liz Truss, isn't it? Like, he's the all-time worst prime minister ever, isn't he? I think. Liberal Democrats hold South Kent, yeah, that's not surprising. Look at that, that's weird, isn't it? South Cambridgeshire, 25 Lib Dems and 1 Tory seat. It's literally like it's a Lib Dem only area. And it doesn't look like anyone did they even stand anyone in it? Oh, that's weird. Never seen a split like that. Would I interview Nigel if it was possible? 100% then. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, Mitch. But I think that's the biggest mistake he made. I think the biggest mistake he made was between Southport and now in his utter condemnation for anyone that, and I don't even think it was reform, I think it was the flags. I think it was people putting their union flags up in St George's. I think when he started calling people far right fascists and Nazis for doing that, that's when he lost the country. He completely lost the country. All of them, the entire Labour Party lost the country when they did that. I know, mate. It's unreal, isn't it? I think they've probably tipped 500, I think now on Sky. Has it gone to 500? Don't look at the bottom one, mate. It's Sky's one that will pop up over there on that bit in a minute. Watch Sky's one because they're well ahead of the BBC. There you go, 502. 502. Look at Labour on the BBC one, down 301 and 203 to Conservatives. So effectively, those 500 seats is what I said. Reform of literally are taking seats out of both the red wall and the blue wall. That just has never happened. What would I ask him? Um, that's tough, isn't it? Like, it depends how long you've got. I think I'd ask him like just about their basic plan, like what things could they change early to give people a real like G up? How, honest would they be prepared to be? I'd try and challenge him to say, will you just maintain brutal honesty and tell people as it is? Because I think that's what people want to hear. Um, how long do they realistically think their timeframes are around things like curbing migration? I'm a realist here. I do not see them coming in and stopping the boats until at least 2 or 3 years, at least. Unless something gets done between now and 2029 with it, which all that will mean is just pouring more money to France, which actually we're now paid up till 2029, aren't we? 2026 to 2029. We're paid up to pay France another 400 odd million quid, half a billion out the door again to stop something that won't stop. The total up 5,047, 57, 136 councils in total, 5,000 plus seats. And what's funny is this is happening, like, all over the place. This is happening in Wales, Midlands, South, East. Reform are just battering them everywhere. How quickly can you defund the B that's a good one. How quickly can we get rid of the license fee? I think that, yeah, yeah, but it's little things like that. But this is the thing, isn't it? The BBC are trying to get Labour to sign them into a lifetime charter, like an infinite charter. They want a charter that basically protects them forever, which no other government would be able to reverse if they came in. And that's what they wanted. They made a request of Labour for it. I think Labour actually told them to do one and said, "Nah, you're not having that." Because they're normally done on like a 25-year basis. But the charter is up this year, and I think they're in negotiations now for it. I think like if you can't keep making people pay the license fee. Labour out, yeah, they're done, mate. Yeah, so Labour's gone 100 years of Wales out the window. A lot of places though have got no overall control, which means a lot of them will get shifted next year. I think what's happening is you're seeing a lot of these ones where I've told you about, the 50/50 split or the third split, one-third split, I should say. So you might see a lot of these councils that go into, Knox, no overall control, like Sheffield there and Cannock Chase, and then what will happen next year is another round of elections will happen, and then you'll see parties take control of those councils. This is what I wanted in 2024, though. I really wanted this in 2024. Like they were never ready. They were nowhere near ready. They've had like 3 years. They were nowhere near ready, and they'd have never been able to run the country. It'd have been an absolute disaster. Even now, I think for me, still now is the time. If the establishment want to maintain anything, they need to call a general election now. Otherwise, they're going to get next year. They're going to get absolutely battered again, and it's all it's doing is making reform stronger and stronger and stronger. It's better than watching better than watching Newcastle. Yeah, mate, I really turned off of Newcastle I've turned off of football, to be honest, last 3 months, and I think it was just because of their they just yeah, didn't it kind of all went down a bit downhill, didn't it? And I just got a bit samey for me. It was just a bit like nothing was really done in January. But yeah. Right, I'm gonna go get myself a drink and another toilet stop. I'll leave you with whatever results are coming in on here. Yeah, the BBC do seem to be massively behind Sky, don't they? Well behind Sky. Sky are now up at like 505, aren't they? BBC is on 460. Yeah, it's like a little smile, isn't it, Eric? It's like reform, 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 reform. 520 now, look. 520 on Sky. Wow. Greens are shot up a little bit as well. 86 there on now. Warsaw. Yeah, Wales is the one in it. Wales, Suffolk, and Norfolk now, they're the big ones. They're the big ones. They're the ones that are gonna shift them numbers pretty far. And Wales is the one. Yeah, football for me is really I've really got bored of football lately. I don't know why. Like, I've been a football fan my entire life, played for the best part of 20 years. I just yeah, I just lost interest in it. Yeah, well, there is, Kev. There was actually information going around yesterday saying that Green and Liberal voters were shifting to the Conservatives just to stop Reform UK. It's their tactical vote. They'll do anything, and that shows you. It shows you how much they are trying to stop reform. Yeah, sorry, I know. It shows you how much they're trying to stop reform getting in. And I'm telling you now, the establishment don't do that if this party are supposedly in their system. You don't go out that much threat, that much attack, that much pushback to stop someone gaining control if they're on your team. Unless, of course, the whole thing is just a show and it's all bullshit. Which, if it is, then this whole thing's been utterly pointless. I don't think it is, though. I think Farage has got 30 years of that. Right, I've got to go because I'm going to piss myself. Keep talking.